Orc's Passion by Celeste King.
Are you enjoying the Orcs of Protheka, but tired of missing out on the best parts because of YouTube's guidelines?
Get the unabridged version of any Worlds of Protheka audiobook from worldsofprotheka.com.
As much as we'd like to give it to you right here, right now, this is the only way we can continue to give you free audiobooks on YouTube.
With promo code YouTube30, get any digital product for 30% off and experience the passion of Protheka at a discount.
If you enjoy this audiobook, don't forget to like this video or leave a comment and share your thoughts.
Hitting that subscribe button will keep you updated on new and upcoming releases.
Thank you for choosing Celeste King's Orc's Passion. Chapter 1. Nelissa. I jolt awake as the sound of evil shatters the camp's silence. I stumble to the window of my bedroom toward the screams outside. The night is filled with ungodly panic as humans and orcs scramble to make sense of what is happening. Then I hear them, their blood-curdling cries of battle rising above the full moon that rests in the night sky. What use is the moon now the dark elves have come? I don't want any light. I don't want even the chance to see what they've done, what they've yet to do. My nails dig into the window frame as fear washes through my body. I try to pull my thoughts together. The children? The thought flashes red in my mind. Wake up! I cry out as I rush from my room and down the hall to the children's room. I turn the handle and enter. A few have woken to my shout and sat rubbing their eyes. What's happening? One of them asks. We have to go. Wake the others up, I tell her, ignoring my instinctual urge to play down the threat, to not frighten her. Fear is the best chance of survival we have right now. I'm scared, another on the verge of tears says. We'll be okay as long as you do as I say. That feels like a lie, but it's the best I have at the moment. They climb out of bed, their tired little faces trying to understand what is happening. Then, they notice the terrifying sounds from outside. Are the elves here? The child's voice trembles. I hate that they've learned to fear those damned creatures. The orcs will protect us, and I'll protect you, I tell them. We need to hurry. Can I bring Jessie? One of them asks, holding up her doll. Yes, sweetheart, of course. I want everyone to take someone else's hand and stay close to me. We're not going far, but be careful in the dark. I lead them out into the dark corridor and quickly count the heads as I hurry them to the stairwell at the far end. Careful of the stairs, I say with a hushed tone. We descend the first flight and head downwards still until we reach what would appear to most as a dead end, but I know different. Wait here, I instruct them. A window smashes upstairs, and I feel the shock of the sound rush through the children. One of them begins to cry. No, not now. I quickly take the child in my arms. Hush, child, there's no need to cry. Another lie, but it works. The child quiets, to my relief. One of the older children takes over from me and continues to comfort her as I scan the wall to find the switch that will open the secret door. The lock pops, and the panelled door creak as it reveals itself. I push it open further. A loud bang from upstairs panics me as unfamiliar footfalls and evil mutterings follow it. In here, quickly, I whisper. Thankfully, they obey and hurry into the room. I sigh of relief as I push the hidden door until I hear the lock pop it into place. I rub the sweat off my forehead, grateful to have a fighting chance, thanks to this little room only a few of us know about. We knew a day like this might come. Old John and Mother Penny showed it to me. They, like me, had a strong will to protect the war orphans. Although now passed from this world, I still thank them, as I know we would have been slaughtered by now by the dark elves had it not been for this room. Yet, as I watch the children huddle together in this cold, tiny room, my heart aches at the fear and suffering each one of them has been through. We may survive, but I know from experience that even if the children are unharmed, deep scars will remain. One day, this all has to end, and I will do all I can to protect them until that day arrives. Now, we all need to be quiet as a mouse, not a sound, and it will all be okay. I whisper in the dark to the children. My words fall short against the growing screams and battle cries outside the walls. Please let us win for the sake of the children alone. I move slowly to a small table in the far corner, where I know there to be candles. I'll light just one, a faint light to reassure the children and reassure my own among them. I scan the children sitting huddled together on the floor for the twins, Leela and Luca. But my stomach drops as I can see no sign of them at all. My eyes widen as I double-check among the children. Perhaps they are lying behind others. I rush over, still trying not to show the children any panic. Lila, I whisper. Luca, I add, but I am greeted with silence and puzzled looks from some of the children. Has anyone seen the twins? I whisper again, desperation turning it into a hiss. They were here. I saw them. Where could they have gone? Did the elves get them? One of the girls asks. My heart clenches. I have to find them. They must have wandered off when we were coming down the stairs. How could I lose them, now of all times? Listen, children, I need you to be brave. I have to look for the twins and make sure they are safe. I won't be long. Try to sleep if you can. Remember, in your dreams, you can go far away from here. I'll watch out for them, one of the older girls, Mima, tells me. Thank you, Mima. I must hurry. I must find them before the dark elves do. I pull the switch that releases the door and slip into the hallway. It's dark, and the sounds of battle are distant, giving me hope. I will go floor by floor, so I move silently up the stairs leading to the above floor. The further up I go, the closer the horror coming from outside gets, and that pushes me further to find the twins before it's too late for us all. I come to the first room, slide in and whisper, Lila? Silence. I move quickly to the next. Luca? Silence still, my insides churn with fear and worries for them. I push on. I enter the dining room. Lila? Luca? It's Nelissa. I whisper to the dark, but this time it speaks back. Nellie? I recognize the voice. It's Luca, and relief sweeps through every fibre of my being. Can we come out now? Lila's voice adds to my joy. I rush toward them, huddled under a large table with their little hands clasped together tightly. My babies, I'm so sorry, I tell them with tears in my eyes. I told you she would come, Lila, Luca says, nudging Lila. I smile at them, their beautiful, innocent little faces that have no place in this grotesque nightmare. Now, there's a place we need to go. All the other children are waiting, and we will be safe there, I tell them. Suddenly, a crash, a window smashing. It's close, and I know we must hurry. Time is not on our side. Let's go, I say, as I grab the twins and rush them out of the room. I hear the kick of a door down the hallway. Someone is near and getting closer. My stomach tightens, and my legs are like lead, but we must find somewhere to hide before that thing catches up. I pull the children along faster as I hear the thud of footsteps behind us. I need to think and think fast. Then I see it, the small passageway of the hall. I pull the three of us into it and press the twins' heads against my chest. I feel their little pants of breath warming me, and their little bodies tremble. The footsteps grow louder and closer, and my heart feels like it's about to burst out of my chest. Please, monster, pass us by. I push the twins behind now, just in case. They bury themselves out of sight behind my back as I dare now not even breathe. I can feel my own hands and body begin to shake. Found ya! The words spit out of the dark elf's mouth as he leaps in front of me, his eyes cold, dead, his face twisted with rage. I push the children back further into the passageway as I leap forward, twisting around, hoping he will take the bait and turn his back on the children. I hit the wall on the other side of the hall and turn to see he faces me. I need to keep him away from the children. I need to draw him away. Nearly but not quite, my dear. The words drip from the side of his grinning mouth. Come to Daddy. I breathe deep and ready myself. You're an idiot. I take off up the corridor. He laughs at my obscenity, amused, before he casually strolls toward me. I run, playing out all the possibilities in my head of where I can lead this monster far away from the children. I'll go up. I reach the stairwell and vault my way up the flight of stairs. The elf trails close behind me as I burst through the doors that lead to the upper corridor. Then, suddenly, a force like I have never felt before picks me from the floor and throws me against the wall. My shoulder smashes into it, and I crash to the floor. Sharp and biting pain follows. I look up, dazed, to see the dark elf. Victory radiates from his face as he licks his lips. Leave her alone! Luca. Both the twins start to throw bits of rubble from the broken windows around us at the elf. Monster! Monster! Stay away from our Nellie! Lila shouts at the top of her voice. Someone needs to teach you kids a lesson, he snarls. The dark elf twists his head and winks at me. There is nothing I can do but scream.
Chapter 2. Beran. The silence of the evening was ripped from the gaze of the watchful moon. Up on the hill above the camp, I saw the distant chaos erupting below. The battle cries and clang of steel on steel boil my blood as I realize we're under attack. The bastards have come to our door, ripped their way through our defenses, and must be stopped. I must stand with my brothers in arms. I propel my mass of muscle into the air and sprint to the camp. My hand grips my sword as I cut through the forest like a dagger to the heart. As I thrust myself closer to battle, I make one vow. Every dark elf today will die. I near the main gate of the camp. The human who opens the gate is dead on the ground, his throat slit and his guts spilled, and Tathur, the gatekeeper, under attack. "Tather, I'm coming!" I cry out. I watch as he fights desperately against two dark elves. He swings his axe, landing it in the leg of one of the elves attacking, who screams in pain and falls to one knee. I'm close enough now. I leap and carry myself through the air, draw my sword and bring it down upon the head of the other elf. His skull splits cleanly into two. Tathur swings his axe at the other, taking his ugly head from his shoulders. I turn to Tather. This day will be ours, the kin. The war god wills it, he adds. Close the gate. Let's make sure none of these idiots can escape. Consider it done. No elf is getting out of here alive, he says, rushing off to secure the main gate. And no more get in, I add. I turn from him and watch the madness before my eyes. The battle cries of my fellow orcs carry high above the chaos of broken bodies and blood. I ready myself and summon the rage deep inside my soul, my hatred for these creatures, as they scream and stab. I move steady, strong and deadly towards the mess of the fray. A dark elf turns, sensing my approach. "Idiot!" He spits at me as he raises his sword and charges toward me. I stop then, with a flick of my left hand, send a dagger straight into his balls. He drops like a useless bag as I stab my sword with a crunch through his chest and deep into his heart. I bend down to retrieve my dagger and feel another approach from behind. I quickly swing around, taking off his sword arm with one sweep. He screams with pain deep and only imaginable to those who have witnessed battle such as this. "My arm, you idiot!" he cries out. "The pain! Finish me off!" I don't. Instead, I take his left leg. It took 2 blows this time, and I will admit it wasn't a pretty sight. But I won't lose much sleep over it. As I leave him there screaming in pain, a smile almost cracks on my face. But I tend not to smile these days. "Come back, you bastard! Finish me off!" the filthy creature pleads as I walk away. I'll let him suffer for a while. Now, back to work. The job at hand is victory. A warrior such as I has no time for the glories of battle. This is about the survival of my race. Beran! I hear a voice call my name as I dispatch another dark elf with precision and ease. I turn to see Horthick, his face stained with blood and a massive grin across his face. The rear could use you, he calls out to me. Understood, I call back to him, raising my sword with respect. I'll hold here, he says, as he swings his axe into the face of a dark elf, and I smash my fist into the face of another, sending him flying. He lands at the feet of one of the brave humans who fight alongside us, who quickly ends his worthless life with a dagger to the throat. That's when I hear the yell behind me. I quickly turn to see Horthick with a spear running right through him. A dark elf grins behind him as he twists the spear in Horthick's chest. Horthick's eyes are wide as they stare directly at me, and I know what they wish. Vengeance. I leap forward and watch as the dark elf panics and tries in vain to remove his spear from Horthick for defense. Too late, idiot. My hands are around his throat and I squeeze tight, watching his face turn purple. I squeeze tighter still, until the dark elf's eyes and lips begin to swell. Not tight enough to kill him yet. I wait until all the rage inside me travels to my hands, and with force I close my fist like a clamp around his neck and rip his head from his body. I throw the creature's head high into the air, and it lands in the thick of the fighting with a bounce. I check on Horthick, but the life is gone from his eyes. One more fallen orc. I must press on and leave thoughts of the fallen to after. I cut through the ranks of elves. Each slaughtered elf is another step toward victory. My armor is stained with blood. The moonlight turns it purple. Elf blood smells like piss, and I promise my armor smelted to the war god as an offering when this battle is won. As I slice another body part off from an elf, I hear it, a scream unfamiliar on the battlefield coming from the orphanage. A human woman. I charge through the fray, knocking back with my fists any opposition that comes my way. A woman's screams do not belong on the battlefield. This is my duty. I arrive at the orphanage and look inside, seeing dark figures moving and twisting throughout the halls. The place is overrun, but those easy kills can wait. I immediately rush into the orphanage and dart up the stairs as the woman screams again. I burst through the doors that lead to the corridor to see a dark elf with his axe raised above two small children. Disgust swells in me, and I let out a roar that sends a shock deep into the dark elf, who has no time to react as I launch toward the bastard. My left arm knocks the axe from his grip with a force that sends it skimming across the corridor floor. I hold the dark elf by the shoulder and tighten my grip as I stare into cold, magicless eyes. Not so powerful now? I snarl at him. Do it, the elf says. I don't think you have the balls. He smiles. I lift him by the shoulders and, with one powerful pull, rip him apart with my bare hands and toss his lifeless body against the wall. I close my eyes for a second and let the blood-red glow in them disappear before I turn to look at the woman and the children I have saved from certain death. Our eyes lock. This woman stands with a look on her face I cannot fathom. I can sense a mix of emotions burning into my soul, and I feel something different ignite inside that I am unsure of. I break the stare as the little girl starts to cry. The little boy is trembling and clutching onto his woman's skirt. Surely they can't be frightened of me. Is he a monster? The little girl asks. The words cut deep. It's my scars, not my actions. It's my appearance that strikes terror into them, and I am ashamed about that as I would never harm any of them. Shh, Lila, the woman tells her. But he has the face of a monster, Lila replies. And I catch her gaze again. This time I watch as she looks closer at my face, and I wish she never had. I lower my head so she can't look further at me. Thank you, the little boy says, moving bravely out from behind the woman's skirt. His mother? No, she looks too young. I turn and look at him. I force a smile for him. Then our world is rocked by an almighty explosion outside. Get down! I shout. The glass windows shatter around us, sending razor shards around us. I move to protect the three of them and wince as they cut into my back. As I pull back, my arm briefly brushes against the woman's cheek, and I'm overcome with the sensation it brings. The screams of pain grow louder outside and need my full attention. I raise, reach around, and pull what I can of the shards out of my back, breathe as the pain fades, and ready myself once again for battle. Yet, as I'm about to leave, I could have sworn the woman was about to speak to me. I would wonder what she was going to say, but I have no time for that right now. Outside, my fellow warriors need me. My duty calls to me.
Chapter 3. Nelissa. Before I can thank him, he's turned his back on me. His muscled silhouette moves away down the corridor with the stride of a warrior like none I have seen before. I'd prefer it if he didn't go, as I felt something in his presence that I have not felt in a long time. I felt safe. The children are safe. Stay away from there. I catch Luca out of the corner of my eye, standing over the mingled body of the dark elf. How did he do that? Luca turns and asks me. Never you mind, young man. Just be thankful we are safe. I know it's only for now, but I'll take it. I'm confused, Nelissa, Lila says. I kneel so my face is level with hers. Why is that sweetie? I don't know who the monsters are anymore, she tells me. That orc's face was so scary, but he saved us. How a person looks is not how they should be judged, Lila. It's by their actions. Okay, she says. I turn to see Luca, still mesmerised by the dead body of the elf. Leave it be, Luca. I scold him. I hear a roar from outside, and it is one that I recognise. The horrible sounds of battle continue. I walk over to the window, being careful not to be seen. The shadows of the dark elves are everywhere. I scan the grotesque battlefield to find him. It's not long before I find him. He twirls his sword like a master, cutting down dark elf after dark elf. There is a grace to his movements. Outside here, this once sanctuary, he still protects us, but there are so many elves I fear for how long. I need to get the children to safety. I need to pull my thoughts away from him. We are not out of these dark woods yet, and by the looks of things, neither is he. There's a shattering of glass and a horrible cackle from upstairs. The roof. They must be coming in from the floor above. Panic strikes. Although he is below protecting us, he cannot be everywhere at once. It's also up to me to protect. Right, we have to go, I tell him. Can I have his axe? Luca asks. No, I tell him firmly, grab both together and rush them down the corridor to the stairwell. Thankfully, they are above and we are going below. Not a word now. Reaching the stairwell, we begin our descent. A loud bang and a blood-curdling scream tell me they have found some poor soul that was hiding in the floors above. Nelissa, I'm scared, Lila says as she bursts into tears. I can't blame her. I'm terrified but can't let them see it. Shh, I knee and stroke her hair. Me too, Luca says as he pulls himself into me. Don't worry, my babies. I hold them tighter than I ever have. Another loud bang, this time closer. They are on the floor directly above us. Time is running out. Without a word, I pull them down the stairs as I hear the crackle from the dark elves above. I can smell them. I hear the voice of one of the dark elves close above. I look at the twins and see the terror in their eyes. I put my finger to my mouth and they understand. We move slowly down the stairs, one step at a time until we reach the bottom. I quickly run my hand over the wall until I feel the switch. The lock pops and the door appears. We know you're here, one of the dark elves snarls. Too close, far too close now. I need to get through that door. I have but seconds left now. I smell humans, one of them gleefully accounts. I open the door, push the children quickly through, and press the door behind me. I watch as Luca signals the other children to be quiet, and I thank my little boy for it. Our lives depend on our silence now. Then, the thud as they arrive in the stairwell just inches from us. I glance around at the children. Like me, each holds their breath. "Idiot!" I hear one of the dark elves shout. "I swore I could smell them," another dark elf protests. "Smelt your ass more like," a dark elf sneers. And still, with our breaths held, I listen as they leave, returning up the stairs. I collapse against the wall, sliding down to sit, and put my head in my hands. How we managed that is beyond me. "Can we breathe now?" one of the children asks, still holding her breath. "Of course, sweetheart," I tell her with a smile. Such brave, brave children. I walk over to them, checking each to see if they are okay, and more importantly, if they are still there. I don't intend to make that mistake again. "Thank you, Mima." I take her hand, "for looking after them so well." "I learned how from you," she replies, and her words bring light to such a dark time as this. "Will it ever be the same again, Miss Nelissa?" she asks me. "It will be better," I tell her. "And do you want to know why?" "Yes, please," Mima replies. The other kids ask as well. "Yes, we want to know too," they say in a broken unison. I sit cross-legged in front of them and wait until they settle, huddling into each other like children do. Once upon a time there were two children, just like you. One was called Fire, and the other called Wind. But Fire and Wind never had a mother or a father. Fire and Wind had no home. Everywhere they went, people would tire of them. "You can't stay here. You destroyed the barn," they would be told. "You're not welcome here anymore. You blew down the school." Again and again. Until one day, they were tired of being moved on and decided to make their home in a cave where a monster was said to dwell. They lived happily there until one day, the angry villagers of the land turned up and demanded their return. "We can't cook food without you, Fire," they said. "The sail of the windmill will not turn without you, Wind." "But we are happy here," Fire and Wind replied. "Well, if we can't have you, no one will," the villagers cried. They drew their weapons and readied for attack. Then the monster of the cave appeared, a creature with a face full of scars and torment. "Stand your ground," the monster bellowed, "for I am their protector, and I will see no harm done." And the villagers gasped at such a notion. "But you are a monster," they cried out. It was then that Fire and Wind knew just what to do and joined together to breathe new life into their protector. And slowly he began to shine like a sun, and the villagers of the land then knew that they needed to treat Fire and Wind better, and that monsters are sometimes not what we believe them to be. And I look at them, all now fast asleep, and wonder if they heard my story, or where they were all fast asleep long before the monster came to save them. Yet as I hear a voice, I am mistaken. "I'm Fire," I hear Luca say proudly. "Does that make me Wind?" Lila adds. "Yes, my dears," I tell them. "Now time for sleep." I go to them, stroke their hair, and kiss them as they deserve. Brave little souls. I sit for a while until they close and draw myself away from them silently. Now I have time to think. I am drawn to him. The silent monster that saved us. Saved my babies, the twins. I'd like a bath. That would be nice. This place has a smell I can't put my finger on. Perhaps I'd dress for him, a pretty dress, in a summer meadow together. Far away from this violence, this dark, bleak land. But then I think of him still out there, his massive strength unleashed and cutting down those beasts that would see us dead. Surrounded by a nightmare of manic dark elves, biting, cursing, yet I know, well, I think I know. I hope he thinks of us when he feels his strength is all but gone, and I pray for him to the gods I have yet to know. I move to the very edge of the room, where I know the walls to be thin and close to the outside world, and I place my hand upon the wall and my cheek further still. As I slip back into the room, I look at the twins, who are now fast asleep, and know that now I can sleep knowing he is out there, protecting us. brighter than the sun.
Chapter 4. Beran. After a long night of fighting, the first light of morning begins to peak on the horizon. The sun tinges the sky with a pale blush. Its gentle beauty mocks the carnage before me. I stand amidst the remnants of last night's chaos. The ground beneath my feet is littered with splintered wood and smoldering embers. As the sun rises upon what is left of the dark elf attack, I'm struck by the aching wounds of battle. My body is racked sore from the exertion of battle and the sting of fresh wounds from the slicing impact of the dark elven swords. I take a deep breath, pushing past the limits of my pain to face what lies before me. Old Malik, our respected elder, is busy gathering the rest of the orc warriors in the camp. He meets my eye as I head to join the group. "Beran!" Old Malik's voice rumbles, his calloused hand gripping my shoulder. "Your valor shines this morning, yet I see that you are injured." He eyes the drying blood where the sharp blades brandished by the dark elves slice through my skin. I stand straighter in his wake. I shake my head. "The humans come first," I grumble, my voice hoarse from battle cries. There is an unspoken rule that the strong should protect the weak, and that is the way I choose to carry myself. The humans and children will come first. I shall tend to my wounds once I can assure their safety. Old Malik scans the devastation, his eyes darken as he gazes across the wreckage. He nods gravely, understanding the code we live by. I see the sorrow in his lined face, knowing it mirrors my own, a grimace for the innocent lives thrown into the chaos of the ambush we witnessed last night. "Look around you, warriors!" Old Malik's voice booms, and the orcs gather, their faces hardened by loss. "Our kin have fallen, our home lies broken, but our spirit remains unyielding." He throws his fist in the air, a pillar of strength among our ranks. A roar erupts from the assembled orcs, their fists raised high, mirroring Old Malik. The air vibrates with fury, a collective heart beating for justice. I join them in their cries for vengeance, my wounds coming secondary to the revenge we seek to inflict. "Blood and honor!" they cry, and I feel the reverberations in my bones. For a moment I am one with them, a warrior driven by retribution. The cries slowly die as Old Malik instructs the ranks to prepare for the hunt. He meets my gaze as the crowd parts, moving swiftly toward me. I meet him halfway as the crowd is dispersed through the camp. My wounds affect my gait more than I like to let on, but Old Malik has taken notice. "Beran," Old Malik addresses me once more, softer now for only my ears. "Your wounds are deep. I implore you to take some time to rest. There is time yet for your strength to return." He holds my gaze, his concern evident in the furrow of his brow and the pinch of his mouth. "I don't need rest," I reply. "I have too much energy. A need runs through my body, coursing through me as the adrenaline buzzes through me. I need to move, to do something with these hands of mine. I am wounded, not dead. We need someone here to rebuild. You need to rest and heal your body. Stay here and tend to the building," he says with an air of authority. My thoughts slip to Nelissa and the way she protected those children last night. I watch as the uninjured ready themselves to track down the remaining dark elves. The fight burns hot in my bones, but he is right. I am far too wounded to join the hunt now. I cross the camp where the orcs are preparing to leave. The cries and buzzing of their voices reaches my ears. The prick of jealousy grates against my insides, but I comprehend that I am not currently fit for battle. It is a reality of the fight, and one that I try not to forget. The air is thick with the scent of char and blood, a tangible reminder of the night's terrors. My voice joins the chorus of warriors' cries, a defiant roar that cuts through the dawn's silence. The sound is primal, torn from the depths of my being, resonating with the pulse of the earth. "Track them down!" I hear an orc bellow, his eyes alight with the promise of vengeance. "Let none escape the edge of our blades!" The orcs around me strap on their weapons, faces hardening into masks of retribution, as they disperse in pursuit of the dark elves who dared to attack us. My gaze, however, drifts towards the orphanage, or what remains of it. The building stands wounded, its walls scarred by battle, its foundation shaken but not destroyed. Much like me. Nelissa is in there somewhere, and I have no clue if she is wounded or worse. The thought pulls on my insides, twisting them into a frightened hope. I need to see for myself if she is okay. Malik, I murmur, my request hidden beneath the guise of duty. The orphanage needs attention. It was greatly damaged last night. Ah, he nods, understanding flashing in his wise eyes. Too much understanding. It seems as though he can almost read my mind. So it shall be. Lead the effort, Beran. Show them the strength of your spirit, if not your sword arm today. I nod in return as he turns to join the ranks. His oversight of the army will serve them well. The burn of vengeance strikes me, hoping they find every last dark elf who dared to threaten this camp. As I stride towards the orphanage, my thoughts are with the caretaker, Nelissa. I've heard her name whispered through the camp in quiet conversations. My brow furrows in concern, and something else. An unknown force pulls from within me at the thought of her. Will she be there? I wonder silently, picturing her hazel eyes that hold stories of courage and compassion. My hands, once instruments of war, now ache to restore what has been broken, to piece together the sanctuary that houses hope and innocence. The children! I overhear a human survivor exclaim as I near the orphanage. They need... I know, I interrupt, perhaps more gruffly than intended. I'm here to help with the rebuilding so that the children may still have their home. Thank you, he breathes out, relief softening his ragged features. Thank no one yet, I respond, surveying the damage with a critical eye. I watch the chaos unfold of survivors taking inventory of the slain and wounded. I feel the need deep within me to ensure her safety, but I am hesitant to scare her with my scarred appearance. Last night she might not have been able to glimpse me fully, or else she'd been so grateful to be saved that she didn't notice. Imagining her rejection is almost unbearable, even though I should be used to it by now. Even by orc standards, I'm hideous. I continue watching as the children are accounted for, noting with nervousness that I don't see the two twins I had encountered last night. After scanning through narrowed, panicked eyes, I spot them among the crowd, their small frames intact against the smoky backdrop. Relief rushes through me as I let out a long sigh. Nelissa successfully managed to keep them safe. Her strength is as formidable as any warrior's blade. What if she is disgusted by the sight of me? I close my eyes, inhaling deep as the thoughts intrude upon my fragile resolve. Get a hold of yourself, I mutter under my breath, clenching my jaw. One would think with my battle experience, the fear of rejection would come last on my list. But here it is, obvious and torturing. Beran! A child's voice pierces through the self-deprecating thoughts, and I look down to see one of the orphans tugging at my tunic. Are you going to fix it? Are you going to make it all better again? Of course, I reply, the gruffness of my tone softened by the innocence in the child's eyes. That's what I'm here for. And with that vow, I cross the threshold. Inside, the air is thick with dust and the scent of pine from splintered beams. I set to work, my hands finding purpose in the rubble. Each stone I lift, each nail I drive brings me closer to her, to Nelissa. Her presence calls to me in a way I'm incapable of explaining. She sings to the children as I work, her voice a melody amidst the discord, and I turn to where they sit among the rubble and destruction. Her hazel eyes meet mine, not flinching from the tapestry of my scars. From across the distance, she curiously traces my face with her eyes, making the pangs of insecurity rear its head. My heart throbs with the gravity of what I do not say. I am here for you as much as for them.
Chapter 5. Nelissa. I stand among the wreckage of what once was the orphanage, my eyes widening in despair. The children huddle around me, and that is enough to allow me to clamp down on my outward show of emotion. I keep a brave face for them. A reassuring smile that I don't at all feel is all I have to offer them at the moment. I haven't been able to get one wink of sleep, as I stayed vigilant through the night, knowing it was my duty to protect the children in light of the attacks last night. Fortunately, despite the tragedy that the dark elves rained down on us, the children were all eventually able to get some sleep. That is all I can really hope for in the desperate times that have fallen on us. I take in the depth of the destruction left in the eve's wake, collapsed walls, shattered beams, rubble strewn as far as the eye could see. It's difficult to grasp that only hours ago, this had been a place of warmth and shelter. What remains is a saddening display of the cruelties the world is capable of. I take a deep breath to steady myself as I crouch down before the children. My heart tenses at the fear etched into their young features. "It will be all right," I whisper softly, my voice barely above a whisper. We are alive, and that's what matters most. To prove my point, I reach out and ruffle their hair, feeling their soft strands beneath my fingertips. They flinch slightly but don't pull away. Their trust in me is unwavering despite our dire circumstances. Around us lies the aftermath of devastation, collapsed walls, shattered beams, rubble strewn as far as the eye can see. The orphanage has been reduced to little more than ruins. It's hard to fathom how such destruction could have occurred. One moment everything was ordinary and peaceful here, with laughter ringing through these halls and children playing tag under our watchful eyes. And the next, the halls were filled with frightened screams. Small hands clutch at my skirts, drawing my focus to the children huddled close. Their big eyes search mine, silently begging to understand what has befallen our safe place. The innocent faces, once filled with laughter and joy, now carry the weight of fear and uncertainty. I close my eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady myself before turning back to them. "It will be all right," I whisper, hoping that my words can offer some comfort amidst the chaos. "We will rebuild." I kneel down next to them, my body enveloped in a soft green dress that rustles as I do so, and gently embrace them in a circle of protection. Their small bodies tremble against mine as they cling tightly, seeking solace in the familiar touch. Their ragged breaths mingle with the scent of smoke that lingers in the air from last night's fire that ravaged our home. A putrid stench hangs heavy on everything. Burnt wood, charred fabric, scorched brickwork, like a pungent perfume that refuses to leave us alone. Even the sound of chirping birds seems out of place here amongst the debris and rubble that was once our haven. As my words reach their ears, Kira's hand reaches out and squeezes my arm tightly. Her touch is unexpected but welcome, grounding me in this surreal moment. Kira's approach splits my thoughts, her stare more troubled than I've known. She collapses onto the rubble beside me, her dress swishing as she sits down. The fabric muffles the sound of her body hitting the ground, softening it slightly. Her eyes find mine and hold them captive as she takes a deep breath. "The council has passed a new law," she says in a low voice, her words like whispers against the still morning air. "No mercy for our attackers." She looks at me with a troubled expression. My heart feels like it drops into my stomach at her words. They echo in my head as I process their meaning. I nod slowly, understanding all too well the gravity of the situation. No mercy sounds fine and well, but in practicality, it means that the orcs protecting us are now hunting down the dark elves who caused this disaster. It means more lives will be lost. I glance over at the children, taking in their terrified gazes, their trembling forms pressed tightly together in fear. They trust me. They believe that I will keep them safe from harm. And yet, here we are, homeless, without shelter, with nowhere to turn except for each other. The sun beats down on us through torn curtains and shattered windows. Dust and ash dance in the light beams that filter through. A pang of guilt twists my gut at knowing I couldn't save them from this. But we must move forward. There is no time for self-pity or regret. We must rebuild. For them. And Avalon, I ask, seeing Kira's agony. She holds anguish in her eyes that runs deeper than the current attack. Her expression lifts at her sister's name, faith undimmed in Avalon's return. I bite back doubts, unwilling to diminish Kira's last light of hope. I see the familiar light awakening in Kira's eyes as she hears her sister's name. I don't doubt that she will return. I refuse to give up on her. Her conviction that Avalon will find her way home again lifts my weary spirit, as Kira's hope always seems to. But behind my smile, doubts stir that I can't voice. Avalon has been gone too long with no words. The chances of surviving in a land as perilous as the realm beyond the portal grow slimmer each day. Kira notes the uncertainty I try to hide and grips my hands tighter. I know in my heart she lives, she insists, eyes begging me to share her belief. My friend has endured so much. I cannot bear diminishing the final thread keeping her spirit aloft. I bite my lip, choosing my words with care. Avalon is strong and clever. If anyone could make it back home, it would be her. My tone is soothing, offering encouragement while skirting the grimmest possibilities. Kira's answering smile tells me my non-committal response was the kindest option. "Kira!" Giovanni calls from a distance, his booming voice breaking up the moment. She gives my hand a reassuring squeeze before she gets up and leaves. Alone again with my troubling thoughts, I say a silent prayer for Avalon's safe return. But I also send up a wish that Kira's faith, the last beacon guiding her through each bleak day, may remain untarnished for as long as fates allow. I sit and let my gaze roam over the rubble and the workers filling in to start the rebuilding. Some hopes must be permitted to thrive, and though the future remains unseen, I find myself searching among the workers for a particular face. I notice a towering form among the workers, and my breath catches in my chest. I know it is Beran from the scarring that covers his body. My heart races as I watch him lifting beams with ease. I get lost observing the orc that saved my life. He stills, his eyes searching until meeting mine across the field. A wave of heat rushes to my cheeks, and I look away swiftly, though I cannot deny the pull that keeps drawing me back to him. His muscles ripple underneath his skin as he swings a heavy hammer, his teeth gritted in concentration. Sweat beads at his brow, rolling down his forehead and blending with the dust on his skin. I gulp down the lump in my throat, trying to ignore the way my stomach does flips every time our eyes meet. How is it possible for someone like him, a creature so different from me, to evoke such strong emotions? My gaze returns cautiously to Beran, drawn as if by an invisible thread. He works relentlessly, immense strength bending to the efforts of rebuilding what was lost. Yet even at this distance, I see the weariness in his frame, the sluggishness of wounds barely beginning to mend. Still he pushes on without complaint, focused solely on the task before him. Watching, I'm struck by a realization. For all his scary size and looks, this orc displays a quiet spirit of strength I've not seen in many men. Before he saved our lives, I saw only a hulking form to fear. Now I see a protector who risked everything to shield helpless lives from harm. He wasted no time putting himself between the dark elves and the children. His bravery and courage resonate deeply. A strange calm steals over me, quelling the residual tremors of past terror. Beran works tirelessly despite the wounds he received while protecting the children and I. His determination for rebuilding shines through in the way he takes control of his tasks. Every so often he catches me looking at him, casually meeting his gaze as the throes of gratitude rush through me. I allow my gaze to linger just once more, bringing a faint flick of his eyes in acknowledgement before returning to work. Though I swiftly look away again. the warmth that remains solidifies the feeling of safety.
Chapter 6. Beran. I lift heavy debris from the wreckage with the other orcs. My muscles tense and flex under the strain of the weight. I keep my mind focused on the task at hand. My wounds stretch and pinch as I move unrestrained, not allowing them to slow me down. Take these beams to the other side of the ruins, I direct another orc. He grunts in response, roughly tumbling the beams from my hands. Carefully, I growl, but it falls on deaf ears. He stumbles away, carelessly holding on to the beams, the very ones these orphaned children are depending on for shelter. Frustration rumbles through my body as I continue going through the wreckage for viable parts needed to rebuild the orphanage. I notice the half-hearted effort from my companions in their clearing of debris, coupled with grunts of complaint among themselves. I take a deep breath and continue moving the beams we need. Annoyance rolls through me as I start to notice how chaotic the rebuilding efforts are starting to look. It is practically every orc for himself out here, and I'm getting the feeling I'm the only one who gives a damn about what we're supposed to be doing. In the background, I can hear children's laughter filling the air with the innocent sound of hope. My gaze wanders over to Nelissa, where she sits looking over the children with the softest, gentle, and caring demeanor. It is a sight to behold, watching her care for these orphaned and now homeless children. It makes the task at hand even more important to power through. I watch as Nelissa bends down to tie a child's shoe. Her movements are a stark contrast to the rugged labor of us orcs. She moves sensually, her body lithe and full of grace. She looks up and I catch her gaze. The intensity causes me to slow my work, resting a beam across my arms as my breath catches in my chest. A wave of self-consciousness crashes over me as my scars are assaulted with an itching sensation caused by the weight of her stare. Doubt washes over my hardened form, roughened further still by years of cruelty. What does she see reflected in my hulking bulk and battered visage? The monster others assume me to be, or something deeper I dare not name. I wait for her stare to twist in revulsion, confirming what harsh realities have taught me in my lifetime. But Nelissa's eyes only hold openness. There exists in them no hint of the scorn I know so well. The absence of disgust startles me, making my heart nervously pound as the warmth I feel in the way she regards my appearance spreads through my chest. Her penetrating gaze seems to peer past scars and into fractured places within, gazing upon the orc beneath remnants of a tortured past. And in those gentle eyes, I see only acceptance, no judgment of sins not of my own making. The novelty of it shakes me to my core, cracking old certainties. As I tear myself from her searching stare, a seed of hope begins to take root within the protective walls of my heart. My heart races at this unfamiliar softness, and I hastily return to my work. My hands move mechanically while my mind spins with confusion. Despite the warmth she's made me feel, I still don't understand. How can she look at me with such acceptance? I can't shake the sensation of her gaze. It lingers on me like a warm embrace, even as I struggle to clean up the mess while injured. The air is thick with dust and sweat, but Nelissa's soft form stands out to me, her softness a contrast to our surroundings. She hums a soothing melody that floats through the air, carrying with it familiar notes of childhood innocence and hope. The children eagerly listen to her song, their laughter echoing around us as we work. They play hide-and-seek among the debris piles, their small voices shattering the solemnness the aftermath of an attack would normally bring. Their joy is contagious. It somehow manages to ground me despite the harsh reality of our situation. Each time one of them looks up at me with wide eyes filled with wonder or curiosity, I find myself smiling despite myself. The sight of them lightens my heart despite what the dark elves brought to their lives. As I work, I watch the other orcs from the corners of my eyes. They move without coordination or direction, fumbling with beams and tools in clumsy hands more suited to weaponry. Their discomfort in this unfamiliar work of rebuilding is plain to see. Orcs are used to killing, not repairing, Where violence and destruction come naturally to our kind, the delicate gestures of construction seem foreign. Their aimless efforts show no clear plan or strategy. They appear to be more focused on ending the unpleasant task than achieving the goal of shelter. Frowning, I set down my plank and survey our disjointed work. The orphanage walls still lay in ruins, tattered remnants offering little defense from the elements. Within those half-built shells, the future of the human children remains uncertain. There is no shelter for them as long as the walls remain unfixed. If we follow this trajectory, will they be condemned to the rough life my kin knew, forever vulnerable without stable roofs and walls? Or worse, perish before we can give them even this meager protection? A spark of anger kindles in my chest at the sight of so much potential progress wasted by lack of coordinated direction. My kind was never meant for tasks requiring finesse or long-term vision. Yet these children's survival now depends upon skills we do not innately possess. Gazing at their small forms playing amidst the wreckage, oblivious to the dangers, a foreign sense of duty takes a hold within my hardened heart. They deserve more than this chaotic scramble offered, and I am uniquely positioned to provide leadership my crew is lacking. I decide to seek the one figure who has shown faith in an orc's ability to build, not destroy. Perhaps Nelissa can guide us to shaping something worthwhile, if only I can make the others understand. I take a steadying breath, my nerves causing my heart to race and my hands to sweat. "You can do this," I mutter to myself. I stride forward with purposeful steps. My usual stony mask crumbles, replaced by a look of resolve tinged with uncertainty. Would she reject my need for guidance once she sees me up close? As I near, Nelissa glances up and dusts loose soil from her hands on her skirt. Her eyebrows lift slightly in mild surprise at my determined gait. It doesn't go unnoticed that she doesn't shrink away as I approach her. Instead, she regards me with an air of open curiosity. I stop in front of her diminutive frame, towering over her slight shape. My body often casts an intimidating shadow. Yet here stands this woman, unafraid to meet my gaze, waiting for me to say something without visible fear. The directness of her look, devoid of disgust or distrust, bolsters my fleeting courage. "I need your guidance," I say directly, and as gently as I can for fear of frightening her. I'm not sure how to go about asking her for help, and hope that I am not offending her with my presence. "How can I help you, Beran?" she asks sweetly, with no hint of disdain or fear in her voice. She waits patiently with her soft eyes on me as I try to find the words to say. I rumble and gesture towards my fellow orcs' scattered efforts. The rebuilding efforts are scattered and disjointed. I'm going to direct their labor and coordinate securing these walls for the children's safety. She considers my request and nods with a smile. "And what do you need from me?" she asks, looking up at me as my large body looms over her. "I need you to point us toward the most urgent repairs, so that the children will have safety and a place to live." As her lips curve softly upwards in a smile, my massive heart lurches and stumbles in its steady pace. What is this strange sensation overcoming me? For so long all others have met my gaze with disdain or horror alone. But Nelissa studies me now without an ounce of repulsion, as if truly seeing the orc beneath the scars instead of the monster on the surface. Her smile, small kindness as it is, jars something loose within my armored chest. Cracks appear in long-built walls, letting warmth flood in where cold has reigned for too many bitter years. Her courage and care conjures emotions I'd thought snuffed out long ago. Lost in her smile, I see glimmers of a life beyond the horrors we've both seen. One where even a broken being such as I might know purpose beyond violence. My hammering heart stutters at the novelty of it. What strange magic is this? I turn quickly away, busying myself with the work of repairing the orphanage.
Chapter 7. Nelissa. My heart thunders in my chest, hindering the flow of my breathing as Beran's enormous form looms over me. The blood rushes loudly in my ears, My mouth is dry as I try to muster the courage to speak clearly and calmly. I'm not frightened, but whatever he's making me feel, I'm certainly on edge. The eastern side looks the most unstable, I say, pointing and holding my voice as calmly as I can muster. I gesture to the base of the structure that was once the orphanage, my home. Though my hands tremble, I manage to keep my voice steady. Over here, I point. This is the part that could use the most work. Beran listens intently, his eyes never leaving mine. My cheeks warm under the heat of his gaze, making it even harder to keep my voice even. He peers at the beams, letting out a low, grumbling, His thoughtful rumble is so deep that I can feel it in my own chest, making my breath catch. This beam here, can it hold more? He gestures to one of the supporting beams waiting to become one of the building's rebuilt walls. I hesitate, hands trembling slightly less. I think so, if braced properly. I turn to face him and freeze as I stare up at him. My nerves flutter, chipping away at my slipping resolve. His eyes meet mine. His expression softens as he holds my stare. Show me how you'd brace it. He says softly. His calming tone does nothing to settle the way my body is responding to his presence. He turns back to the wall with me as I gesture to the weakness in the support, explaining how I would go about bracing it. As I explain, curiosity brightens the usual guardedness in his gaze. Something has changed between us since that first smile was shared. When I finish, he gives me a curt nod and sets to work. His enormous hands grasp the beams and tools with a gentle precision. It is clear his skills extend far beyond mere brute strength. He may not be an experienced builder, but he's a good listener and quick-witted. I swallow hard, feeling the dryness of my throat as I watch Beran's hands move with a grace that belies his size. The scent of sawdust and freshly cut timber fills the air, mingling with the fading scent of fallen stone and burnt wood. Sweat trickles down my back, despite the cool breeze that rustles through the trees, and I can feel it pooling beneath me. My heartbeat thunders in my ears, drowning out all other sounds as I watch him work. Beran doesn't seem to mind the heat. In fact, he seems to welcome it. His broad chest heaves slightly with each powerful breath, expanding and contracting his mighty torso. Every now and then he wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, before letting out a low grunt of satisfaction at a particularly satisfying cut or fit. His muscles ripple underneath his worn tunic as he lifts heavy beams into place with ease, moving them around like they weigh nothing. The sounds of wood on wood echo through the clearing, punctuated by the occasional metallic scrape of his tools against each other. I move a distance away from the ruins, keeping my eye on the group of children as they play nearby. Their giggles and shouts of joy warm my weary heart. But then I hear a gasp from one of the girls as she points into the forest. Dread curls in my stomach as I turn to see what has frightened them. I watch as the rest of them catch sight of Beran. My own breath catches at the sight of him. The others follow her gaze, smiles dropping from their small faces. Their laughter halts abruptly, replaced by frightened whispers and wide eyes staring at the looming orc. His massive form is laden with cut lumber, muscles straining with the weight. But the children see only a hulking monster looming over them. Wide eyes stare in horror at Beran as he walks closer to the orphanage carrying lumber from a pile near the clearing. When his gaze finds the huddled children trembling, lumber crashes from his arms. Slowly, he raises both hands in a gesture of peace. But it only makes the children cling to each other more tightly. One small boy bursts into tears at the sight of the orc, and my heart breaks at the prejudice ingrained too deeply to erase with words. Noticing their reaction, Beran's broad shoulders slump ever so slightly, and the corners of his mouth turn down in a faint frown. He shakes his head gently, trying to dispel their fears with a small smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. I can tell that he knows he is intimidating, a fact he can't change about himself. I'm sure he doesn't want to scare any of the kids away from their home. I cross to the children, taking their small hands in mine while speaking softly. This orc is called Beran. Do you remember the night of the attack? Beran fought bravely to save me and all of you. With each word, I watch Beran from the corner of my eye. His eyes stay fixed ahead as he works, but a flicker of cautious hope appears. I continue the tale, emphasizing Beran's courage over frightening appearance. He kept me from harm. If not for Beran's heroism, I might not be here. Can you wave and say, thank you to the orc working so hard? The children pause, then one by one turn shy smiles and tiny waves toward Beran. The children's smiles and a single look of understanding work their magic. I glance at Beran across the clearing, the warmth blossoming through me as we get back to work. His eyes that usually remain guarded shine with something fragile yet steadfast, gratitude, or perhaps the faintest glimpse of hope that there exists compassion for him despite all he's endured. Though Beran seems absorbed in fitting rough-hewn beams, I notice the subtle change in his stance. His massive shoulders, normally hunched with weariness, have straightened ever so slightly. His face is relaxed and no longer showing a shadow of the pain that hangs around him. Our eyes meet across the space between, and I can't fight the smile tugging at my lips. In that moment, something shifts within me. The idea alone makes me smile to myself as my fondness for Beran begins to grow into something more. I don't yet have the words for what this may become, but I cherish the moments we have shared today. Then, to my utter disbelief and quiet delight, the corners of Beran's mouth turn gently upwards in response. His massive features, usually fixed in stern lines, soften almost imperceptibly. The small smile he sends my way sends flutters into my stomach. The growing attraction I feel is evolving into a sense of comfort and safety. I smile, feeling my cheeks rise to my eyes. In such a short amount of time, he brings a serenity to me, even in the dire aftermath of last night's attack. Beneath his hulking frame lies not mindless rage, but thoughtful care. Though his hands could crush stone, they handle even the smallest tasks with patience and unlooked-for gentleness. Laughter does not rumble in his chest, but solemn purpose, as he toils not for gain, but for the welfare of children not his own.
Rosenfire, our family holds great weight and power in Orthani, and yet I hear whispers.
Do you think he can take him?
There is no way that this could happen.
No, more books. I can't remain locked in this ivory tower a moment longer.
She's perfect. The Baron's daughter must be found.
Julius, we shouldn't.
Why shouldn't we?
I am not a full dark elf. I do not possess their ethereal beauty. How will I find a mate?
The lowly Baron's son apparently has shown that he has the same gift of fire-wielding as I, if not stronger.
I am the family's dirty little secret. I am not the future of the family. Dukan is.
This world was created from a seed of evil.
I propose we take Dukan out of the picture, permanently.
Please, let me go.
If you want to join the poor humans who are bought and sold in the markets on a daily basis, you will find a way to get there.
I am free, and I am terrified.
You will never escape me.
I can try.
You will fail. Get seasons 1 and 2 of the Dark Elf series from worldsofprotheka.com.
Protheka's magic is eternal. This series will show you why.
Chapter 8. Beran. The heat from the sun beats down on me as I work on the wall Nelissa and I discussed. I take a break to breathe, wiping the sweat from my brow with my hand. As I do, my fingers slide across the puckered reminder of my disfigurement. I pause, unconsciously running my hand along the raised scar that runs across my cheek. I glance over to Nelissa, catching a smile from her as she watches on from where she sits with the children. An unfamiliar warmth rises in my cheeks, and my heart picks up speed as I try to casually turn away and hide the remnants of what was once a mangled battle wound on my face. What does she see when she looks at me? I mumble to myself. I want nothing more than to be able to return the smiles as freely as she gives them to me, but the discomfort of what she sees and the fear of rejection intrusively cloud my thoughts. My mind can't seem to accept that she is genuine in her kindness. I've seen it firsthand and am still plagued by the what-ifs. I try to busy myself with continuing my work, but my hands are clumsy, making it hard to grasp my tools. I grit my teeth in frustration, clenching my mouth against a rumbling growl as I try to breathe through the all-consuming emotion. My body tenses. My muscles tighten as the sound of footsteps padding in the dirt approach behind me. I turn to see Nelissa carrying a tray of food. The warmth in her eyes makes me freeze on the spot, struck by the purity of her offering. When I look at her, I see only sincerity, no traces of the disgust or fear that haunt others' eyes when they look at me. It gives me pause. No woman has ever looked at me the way she has, like I'm not some kind of monster. You startled me. I grunt harsher than I mean to. She doesn't even flinch. I thought you might be hungry after how hard you have been working out here. She says shyly, regarding me with genuine admiration. She throws one of those smiles I'm starting to covet. Her hazel eyes look through my mind, making me feel seen and exposed. Nelissa's smile is open and warm. The weight of her stare is gentle, making me feel inferior through no fault of her own. We regard each other for a moment, her steady focus holding no revulsion, stirring something deep within, a flicker of longing. Averting my stare, I accept the offered meal. Thank you, I grunt, keeping my gaze lowered to avoid her seeing the truth of who I am. If she knew what the others thought of me, she'd understand. I watch her interact with the children, her kindness and patience evident in every word and action. Despite my initial fears and insecurities, I can't help but be drawn to her, and the way her presence warms my broken soul. During my break, I sit on a fallen log, picking at my food. The sounds of conversation around me are nothing more than a distant murmur. Nelissa sits nearby, her voice light and engaging as she strikes up a conversation with the other orcs, occasionally glancing my way. She has a way with words that puts people at ease, making them laugh and smile despite their hardships. The children play nearby, chasing each other amidst the orphanage that is slowly being rebuilt, shrieks of laughter loud in the air. The smell of freshly baked bread wafts over from one of the cooking fires not too far off, mixing with sweat and dust and wood smoke. I inhale deeply as I try to calm my nerves. I can't help but wonder if she truly doesn't mind my scarred face. Maybe it's just because she's never seen anyone else like me before. The thought bothers me more than it should. I'm used to the looks of horror and disgust from strangers, even from those who have known me before my injuries. But Nelissa seems different, too kind for this world. She makes her way over to where I sit, the mere sight of her sending my thoughts into a tailspin. What is this sensation that runs through my body when she's around? It buzzes with intensity, making my mouth stick and feel dry. I almost dread the unfamiliar sensation as much as it is welcomed. Its newness is a jarring reminder of the height of my inexperience. The children come running up to us. Their dirty little hands reach out for bits of food from her tray. She shares freely with them, chuckling when they beg for more. There's something about her that makes everything seem brighter, even amidst the immensity of what they were put through. I wanted to thank you again for what you did for us last night. The way you came barreling in and put yourself between us and those horrid dark elves is a heroism I don't take lightly. Her voice manages to cut through the cacophony of noise running through my mind. It was nothing, I grunt in acknowledgement of Nelissa's thanks, brushing off her praise like always. I wave away her words. I hope anyone else would have done the same. I'm no hero. But you are, Beran, she insists. You were selfless and brave as you fought for us. I smile at her, but the action is odd and feels more like a grimace than anything. She doesn't know what drove me that night. The memories of what I've been through. The dark elves and I, the wounds run deep between us. My face is a stark reminder of their capabilities. Because of them, my hands have spilled blood in blind rage, a plight for vengeance against those who dare attack the innocent. I don't understand why she seems so focused on me, an ugly and scarred beast not used to being cared for by others. Melissa's eyes only hold kindness, even when they're taking in the horror that is my face. My heart races with the fear of not knowing how to accept her acceptance when she lingers, chatting away. I look away quickly when it goes on too long. The sound of her voice soothes me, but my insecurities take precedence. The words I wish to say stick in my throat, but when she smiles, it eases the pains I keep buried deep, if just for a bit. "How are your wounds today?" she asks, drawing me back in as she eyes my injuries. I've had worse. It doesn't make sense that she's content to spend her time with me. I'm torn up inside and out, where she is beautiful and pure. But I'm starting to cling to these small moments of happiness with her, despite the nagging in my mind reminding me of my unworthiness. I sigh, my thoughts of her as conflicted as ever, as she continues to ask me questions to engage me in conversation with her. Melissa's hand lingers on mine, her touch surprisingly soft and warm. It sends shivers down my spine despite the summer heat. I watch her eyes trail over my face, her brows furrowing slightly in concern. She takes a deep breath before speaking. "I know you've had worse, but you still face danger for us." Her voice is soft, almost timid, but there's a hint of strength there too. She seems to realize that I might not be comfortable with the subject and changes it up quickly. "What about your family? Do they know about what happened here last night?" I shake my head, grateful for the change of topic. No, they don't need to worry about this. It's not their burden to bear. I force a small smile, but it feels fake even to me. Melissa nods in understanding and steps back slightly so she can free up space between us while maintaining eye contact. "Of course," she murmurs in agreement. "You deserve some peace after all you've been through." "Peace?" I scoff, taken aback. Melissa giggles. "Well, after you finish building," she says sheepishly. A chuckle starts in my throat before I clamp my lips. But her smile stays despite the rarely heard guffaw that left my throat. She doesn't cringe or scream in response. Instead, Melissa's laughter ringing out in welcome. Melissa beams brighter. "I'm glad to see you smile, Beran. It looks good on you." I find myself hoping to steal more of the moments with her in the coming days. She has a way of chipping away at my resolve and tearing down the protective walls I keep in place. I smile at her, wondering what more she'll manage to coax from me.
Chapter 9. Melissa. It's been 2 days since Beran gave me a genuine glimpse of who he is beneath his gruff exterior. The smile he gave me the other day is burned into my memory. I want nothing but for him to see himself as I do. I don't know the depth of his past, or where he acquired his scars. I've assumed it was war, but the intensity of his hesitancy when looked upon suggests something deeper. Despite it, I am starting to see him as more than just an orc warrior. I am determined to learn more about him if he will let me. "Good afternoon, Beran," I say as I approach the bench where he is working. His hands are hard at work, tools grasped steadily as he concentrates on crafting toys for the children. "Good afternoon, Melissa," he says, raising his head with a smile that softens his face with an unexpected warmth. He turns back to his work as I take a seat, watching him in comfortable silence. It is intriguing watching his hands work and the concentration that saturates his expression. "Your hands," I say, not realizing I've spoken until his gaze lifts to meet mine. I blush. "Sorry, it's just, you're good at this. Not that I expected you to be bad at it, but—" I trail off, thoroughly embarrassed, but he doesn't look offended at all. I'm better with a sword, he admits. But creation is a form of battle, a fight to bring beauty into this harsh world, to turn an old chunk of wood into something a child can enjoy. His unexpected poetic turn of phrase catches my imagination, and I feel the flutter of something wild and unbidden in my chest. He sees beyond the struggle for survival. He sees life's potential for artistry. Come, see what I've made today. His invitation is gentle, but there is a careful, almost shy distance in his eyes. I approach, climbing the rickety ladder to reach the shelf where he stores his finished pieces. He's been making little wooden toys for the children in his free time, a surprise that will be much appreciated by little hands that don't own much. My foot slips on a loose rung, and my heart lurches. Before I fall, strong arms encircle me, pulling me back against his solid chest. Steady. Beran's voice is a low rumble against my ear. Thank you, I whisper, my body pressed close to his in an unintentional embrace. His warmth seeps into me. The heat of him engulfs my skin. The scent of leather and iron mixes with the earthiness that is uniquely his, and it stirs a longing deep within me. He is not just an orc. He is male, strong, protective, and unexpectedly tender. My feet find solid ground, yet it's my racing heart that is searching for purchase. Beran steps back, releasing me, the ghost of his touch lingering. Are you okay? He asks, searching my face. I'm okay, I assure him, but it's a half-truth. Everything is changing. It is so strange standing here beside an orc, feeling the stirrings of desire. I've never had anything against them, not at all. But to be attracted to an orc is unusual, to be attracted to anyone really. I've never had the time or inclination. Beran nods, his scarred face unreadable, but I catch a glimpse of vulnerability in his eyes before he turns away. As he resumes his work, I watch the muscles of his back tense and relax. There's a grace to his movements that contradicts the brutality of his kind, a gentleness that draws me ever closer. You look tense, he observes without looking up. Fear? Or something else? Something else, I confess, my voice barely above a whisper. He pauses, tools in hand. Nelissa? Laughter interrupts us as several children barge towards us. Beran's large and scarred hands move delicately as they shape scraps of wood into small, whimsical figures. The children circle around him, their eyes wide with delight as each new toy comes to life under his skilled fingers. As a crowd begins to form, we usher the children outside and away from the workspace. Bean begins handing out finished carvings to the now excited and rambunctious circle around him. A dragon! A small boy exclaims, holding up the rough carving to the light. The joy in his voice warms my heart. Roar, Beran obliges, his deep voice comically soft as he imitates the creature, eliciting giggles from the gathering crowd. From where I stand, I watch Beran deftly lift a little girl onto his broad shoulders. She squeals in triumph, her small hands gripping his bald head for balance. I can't help but smile. Such joy feels like a rare commodity in these times of war. The contrast between the fierce warrior and the tender caretaker is striking, a side of him I had not known existed until now. Higher, the girl commands. Beran complies, standing to his full height. Her pure laughter rings out, and the other children dance around them, clamouring for their turn to touch the sky. Beran, I murmur to myself. His name on my lips evokes a slithering warmth low in my stomach. I sigh with a surprising longing. He's not just an orc, a creature of battle and bloodshed. He's male, strong, yet gentle, capable of nurturing life as much as taking it. Your turn next, Beran says to a shy boy, his voice carrying across the space to where I linger. I tuck a stray lock of hair behind my ear, feeling the warmth bloom and spread. My cheeks are warm and flushed. Come on, Joran, you'll see the whole camp from up there. One of the braver girls chides, nudging the timid child forward. All right, he whispers, his small hand slipping into Beran's offered palm. The trust that simple gesture conveys sends a shiver down my spine, one not born of cold, but of something far more complex stirring within me. Are you watching, Nelissa? Beran calls out, his gaze finding mine amid the sea of bobbing heads. See how brave they are. I am, I reply, stepping closer, drawn by the magnetic pull of his presence. They're very brave, thanks to you. Thanks to us, he corrects gently, and the subtle inclusion warms me more than any fire ever could. Our moment, however, is fleeting. The sound of heavy footsteps interrupts, drawing the attention of all. A rhythmic chant punctuates the air, victorious and proud. My chest tightens as I recognize the cadence of warriors returning from battle. I tear my gaze away from Beran. The reality of our world comes rushing back. Peace is as fragile as the smiles on these children's faces. Beran, I whisper, half afraid of the coming interruption to this pocket of serenity we've found. His eyes meet mine again, sharing an unspoken understanding. No words are needed. We both know the weight of what is to come. The ground trembles beneath the weight of heavy boots, relentless drumming that invades the calm of the makeshift playground. I catch my breath, my fingers curling into the fabric of my skirt as the air fills with the guttural cries of victory. Through the clearing, a band of orc warriors emerges, their faces smeared dark with the blood of battle, eyes alight with triumph. Look upon our glory! One bellows, and above his head swings the gruesome trophy of a severed dark elf head, its pallid features frozen in eternal surprise. The camp comes alive with savage cheer, a cacophony of roars and clanging weapons that echoes the ferocity of their hearts. They are warriors, each and every one, moulded by conflict and hardened by survival. Is this what we have become? I gasp, a ghostly whisper lost in the din of celebration. I stand motionless, scanning the scene for an anchor in the chaos. Victory brings us closer to peace, a deep voice murmurs beside me. Beran's presence is a force. Even without a glance, I am acutely aware of the space he occupies. Does it? I ask, turning to meet his gaze. Or does it merely pause the cycle of vengeance? His scarred face is contemplative, the marks of his past etched like a map of sorrow upon his skin. Perhaps both, he admits. But without victory, there would be no chance for peace at all. Peace. The word floats between us with fragility. I look at the children, now huddled together, their laughter silenced by the display of savagery. At what cost? Beran follows my gaze, his expression softening. The sight of the innocent strikes a chord within his battered soul. We fight so they don't have to, he says, his voice barely audible over the revelry. My heart aches with the truth of his words. The hope for a future untainted by the horrors of war is a precarious dream, but it is ours to dream nonetheless. Our eyes meet, and in that moment, the clamour fades into the background. There is only Beran, with his silent strength, and me, with my fears and fervent wishes. In his gaze, I see the reflection of my own longing, a world where the laughter of children could outlast the cries of war. The heads of the fallen sway grotesquely above the crowd. For a fleeting second, I allow myself to believe in the possibility of a dawn where such barbarity is no more than a distant memory. In Beran's eyes, I see the glint of a shared vision, the promise of a peace that could heal even the deepest of scars.
Chapter 10. Beran. I stand atop a small rise as the sun sinks low on the horizon, though I'm scarcely aware of the rugged landscape stretched out before me. My thoughts are turned inward, conflicted. The sound of approaching footsteps stirs me from my brooding. I look over to see my friend Lortar clapping me on the shoulder in greeting. "Another successful raid today," he comments with a satisfied grin. "This war is as good as won, brother." I nod absently, forcing my lips to echo his smile, though my heart isn't in it. Aye, it's nearly over, and not a moment too soon. My words sound hollow even to myself. His grin widens, his excitement palpable. The generals themselves are saying victory is nearly within grasp. Good as finished, they say. The bastard elves have retreated far past the territory lines. I stir the dirt with my boot, mind clouded with uncertainties. Back to what, though? The war has changed much. Lorath shrugs. A simpler life. A sturdy yurt. A warm hearth fire. Little ones underfoot. He trails off wistfully. I chuckle despite myself. You? With a litter of young ones? And why not me? Lorath retorts in mock offense. Can't you just picture it? He mimes holding a baby proudly. I shake my head in amusement. Perhaps I underestimated your paternal instincts. At my continued glum silence, he presses on. I heard old Thrall telling the troops today to be ready to march home soon, if these next few battles go as planned. His enthusiasm briefly penetrates my melancholy. Truly, I feel like the elders have been feeding us that line for years now. He nods emphatically. The tide is turning, my friend. It was said we'll feast on elf flesh and celebrate our triumph before month's end. His laugh rings out starkly against the quiet twilight. Elf flesh. I like the sound of that. I force a chuckle to match his, but it sounds strained even to me. His smile falters, and he offers to share a tankard or two, and I quickly mutter something about pre-obligations and that all is well before he can question further. With a clap on my shoulder, he turns to head back to camp, and I'm left with his words echoing in my head. The war is finally coming to an end. I've been a soldier so long that I can't even picture it. My gaze returns to the setting sun, but my mind is far away. This nearing victory should fill me with hope and relief. Instead, I just feel a gnawing unease over what comes after. But Lorath's right. The end draws inexorably nearer, for better or worse. Yet as I gaze out over the encampment, a pang of sadness hits me. Home feels like a distant memory, a dream that becomes more elusive with each passing day. But still, hope lingers deep within, pushing me to keep fighting until we can truly say we have won this war and can return to our loved ones. Unbidden, thoughts of Nelissa flood my mind like a kaleidoscope of memories. I can hear her melodic laugh echoing through the halls, see her graceful movements as she dances across the room, feel the warmth in her smile that always seemed to melt away any worries. My chest tightens at the realization that leaving will likely mean leaving her behind, like a piece of my soul torn away. I imagine boarding the ship home, watching as the orphanage and Nelissa's kind eyes grow smaller and smaller until they are just specks on the horizon. The thought fills me with an ache so deep it feels physical, like a weight pressing against my chest. I walk home in a daze. The following days are no better. The thought of leaving Nelissa behind fills me with an ache so deep it feels physical, a crushing weight pressing against my chest. My melancholy only grows as the orphanage nears completion under my labors. The walls of the orphanage may be rebuilt through my hands, but the fragile bond between us still feels so tenuous. Each night I vow to speak my heart before time runs out, and each new dawn the words turn to ash on my tongue. My crippling insecurities war with my growing affection each time our paths cross. Then sunlight catches in her hair, and I avert my gaze, afraid to overstep boundaries. Coward that I am. It's safer to admire her from a distance than dare reach for something I cannot have. And so the days pass in silence, my longing echoed only within my lonely dreams. The sun sinks low as we put the final touches for the night. I run a broom around the site. I step back to survey our work, a weary yet satisfied sigh escaping me. Nelissa comes up beside me, favoring her arm slightly from the day's exertions, yet smiling. "It looks wonderful," she says warmly. "I can't thank you enough for all your help, Beran. I don't know what I would have done without you." Her hand comes to rest lightly on my forearm in emphasis. "Just doing my job. Anyone in my position would," I say, trying to ignore the blistering heat of her touch, hyper-aware of her delicate fingers grazing my skin. My heart races as I give a small nod, my voice barely audible as I murmur, "It was truly an honor to have been of assistance." The demons of doubt and desire battle within me. I want to wrap her in my embrace and never let this moment end. Yet I fear destroying everything if I reveal the depth of my affection. Nelissa's hand lingers on my arm for a moment, the gentle pressure sending a tingle through my body. 1,000 thoughts run through my mind. I want to ask her out to dinner, to take a leisurely stroll with her, maybe even share a drink and get lost in conversation. "Hey, Nelissa?" "Yes?" she asks, her eyes beaming at me like she was waiting for me to just ask. But the way she looks at me, I'd only let her down. I'm a freak. How could someone like her ever love a monster like me? As sweat begins to pool under my tunic, I awkwardly manage to ask, "Same time tomorrow?" Her laughter is like music to my ears as she replies, "I wouldn't trade this for anything in the world." With one last smile, she turns and shuts the orphanage door. Once again, that familiar feeling washes over me, the feeling of being on top of the world, even though I know it's only temporary. I can't help but wonder if she's just being kind, like so many others before her. But for now, I savor this moment and try to push those thoughts aside. The image of what could have been flashes through my mind, a bittersweet reminder of what I can never have. The thought of tainting our bond with the ugliness of my desire is unbearable, and so I remain imprisoned by my own fears, longing for a connection I'm too scared to pursue. Until I am able to conquer the demons within, I resign myself to fleeting moments of shared laughter, never daring to cross the threshold into something deeper.
Chapter 11. Nelissa. Beran captures my attention as he works tirelessly on repairing the orphanage. His muscular form moves with grace and strength, lifting heavy beams and securing them in place. The sweat glistening on his skin adds to his rugged charm. As I go about my own tasks, I can't help but steal glances at this gentle giant, admiring his dedication and hard work. I approach him, wringing my hands. "How do the repairs fare today?" He pauses his hammering, turning those piercing eyes on me. "Well enough," he rumbles. That voice, it resonates deep in my core. "We should complete the roof by week's end." I nod, casting about for an excuse to linger. "Please, if you require anything, just ask. Anything at all." "You have already given much, but thank you." Not exactly the answer I wanted to hear. I wish it were simple, like I could just ask. Yet he remains an enigma, always just beyond my reach. They don't make them like him anymore. Despite the dwindling number of orcs by his side, he approaches each task with perseverance. He doesn't have to go the extra mile on everything and play with the kids. But he does. The other orcs were so rude, swearing in front of the children, callously pushing them out of the way. But Beran has been an angel, a sweet angel with broad shoulders and chest I can't stop stealing glances of. Even though my own responsibilities demand attention, I find myself endlessly drawn to him, endlessly infatuated with him. A sense of calm and satisfaction envelops me as I watch him work tirelessly, focused on completing every job with precision and diligence. My heart races as I take in his features, realizing with a sharp intake of breath just how attracted to him I am. How it would feel to be his. Unprompted, thoughts of the future flood my mind. What comes after this brutal war? Will he return to his clan, embracing the familiar comforts of home? Or will he venture off on his own, carving a fresh path for himself? My emotions churn like the ocean, uncertain and overwhelming. A wave of sadness crashes over me at the thought of losing him. My stomach twisting into knots, my teeth worrying my bottom lip in nervous anticipation. Should I ask him about his plans? The possibility of a deeper connection between us hangs in the air, tempting close, yet utterly terrifying. About halfway through the day after he takes his shirt off, and suddenly it's very hard to focus. I can't help but wonder what it would feel like to be held in those brawny arms. Even though I've done so before, the mere thought of talking with him alone sends shivers down my spine. Would he see me as anything more than just another face in the crowd? A sudden loud thud makes me jump, snapping my attention back to the present. A child slammed into an unstable wooden slab. It all happens so fast, I feel like I witness it in slow motion. My heart leaps up my throat as I watch the heavy slab, carved from rough-hewn wood and thick as a tree trunk, begin to topple directly toward the oblivious child. "Tommy!" I scream, stumbling forward desperately. In the span of a heartbeat, a heroic figure darts in with astonishing speed and agility, positioning his towering frame between Thomas and the falling slab, moving with legendary grace. Beran reacts on pure instinct. There is no hesitation, no thought of his own safety. Sinking into a low stance, feet planted wide, he throws his muscular arms up just as the slab is about to make impact. His powerful limbs bulge and flex against the sudden weight, but he holds fast, shielding little Thomas from harm. As he bears the weight of the slab against his broad chest, veins pulsing with exertion and sweat beading on his brow, I am struck by his strength and bravery in the face of danger. He's a genuine hero, saving a life without hesitation or thought for his own safety. Dust billows around them, then settles to reveal his ever-stalwart form. Thomas gapes up at his saviour in awe as comprehension dawns. This supposed monster just risked himself to protect the child. Relief and gratitude flood through me in equal measure. With a deep grunt of exertion, Beran thrusts upwards with all his strength, muscles straining against the weight of the wayward slab. The heavy beam snaps back into place in its frame with a resounding thud. He shakes off the moment like it was nothing. Then he looks around, taking in his surroundings, as if assessing any further damage that may have been caused. He catches my eyes, a subtle wink and a slight upturn of his mouth, the only indication of his impressive feat. My head shakes in utter disbelief, marvelling at how effortlessly he transformed a potentially devastating situation into a mere blip with his commanding strength and swift reflexes. I hurry to the scene, scooping up the little boy in my arms as my heart hammers with overwhelming relief upon seeing that he is unscathed. "Thank goodness. Are you okay?" I implore him, my anxious tone belying the fear that still grips me. He nods innocently, a charming smile playing on his lips, unaware of the perilous danger he had been facing just moments ago. I turn to Beran, my heart overflowing with gratitude. "Oh, Beran, you have no idea how much I owe you. When that massive slab came crashing down, I was frozen in fear. But you sprang into action so swiftly, saving him from certain harm, maybe even death. I am utterly overwhelmed." Beran looks down modestly, his rugged face etched with lines of determination and bravery. "It was nothing," he rumbles, his deep voice betraying a hint of pride. "Just doing my job." Smiling from ear to ear, I turn to the innocent-looking culprit who started it all and shake my head in disbelief at the close call we just narrowly escaped. "Thomas, you must be more careful. The worksite is no place for playing around. You could have been seriously injured." In response, her lower lip begins to tremble, and I quickly scoop her up and move her to join the rest of the children. Emotions flood over me, a mixture of relief, thankfulness, and overwhelming gratitude as I wrap my arms tightly around Beran moments later. A lingering scent of pine and sweat clings to him, a reminder of his bravery and quick thinking that saved us all. My heart rate slowly returns to normal after the intense rush of adrenaline caused by the near disaster. How could I ever repay you? I ask, my voice filled with sincere gratitude. An idea strikes me as the children resume playing calmly nearby, the chaos already forgotten in their innocent minds. Come dine with us this evening, I exclaim, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought. It's the least I can do after what you've done. The children would love to have you. I know they're eager to hear brave stories directly from their hero himself, I add encouragingly, picturing the wide-eyed expressions on their faces as they hang on to Beran's every word. Beran shifts his weight, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for a way out. His fingers nervously fiddle with the cuff of his shirt. I wouldn't want to overstep, he finally mutters, his voice barely audible above the ambient chatter and clinking glasses. I shake my head firmly, my gaze locking onto him. You could never overstep, not after today, I insist, willing him to understand. Please, it would mean so much for all of us. The weight of the words hangs in the air between us, heavy with unspoken emotion and unfulfilled promises. The world seems to hold its breath, waiting for his response. After a long, weighty pause, Beran's lips curl up into a small smile that sends my heart into a flutter. His deep voice rumbles through the air, drawing me in even closer to his comforting presence. If you insist, I can stop by for dinner. Grinning back at him, I can't help but feel excited for an opportunity to spend more time with my usually stoic guardian. Wonderful, I'll start planning the meal now. My hand instinctively reaches out to give his arm a grateful squeeze before I hurry off, my mind already buzzing with thoughts and ideas for our upcoming evening together.
Chapter 12. Beran. I arrive at the orphanage as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting the courtyard in a warm orange glow. Nelissa greets me at the door with a radiant smile that makes my heart skip. Come in, come in. The children are so excited for your visit, she says. I duck my large frame through the doorway. The delicious aroma of Nelissa's cooking envelops me. My mouth waters at the spread of hearty stews, fresh bread and sweet cakes laid out on the table. A chorus of delighted gasps rises up as the children catch sight of me. I give them a gentle wave, my scars pulling into a smile. Mr. Beran's here, one exclaims. I shift uncomfortably in my seat, the eyes of the children fixed on me with adoration. What did I do to deserve all this affection? Nelissa serves each of us a steaming bowl of hearty stew, the rich aroma wafting through the air and igniting a pang of hunger in my stomach. The tension in the room is palpable, but my growling stomach breaks through and earns a few giggles from the younger ones. I take a tentative bite, savoring the blend of flavors and grateful for this much-needed sustenance after hours of not eating since dawn. It is delicious, I announce in amazement. Nelissa's warm smile widens as she gestures for me to start eating, her eyes sparkling with pride and anticipation. With a newfound excitement, I take another bite of the food placed before me and allow my taste buds to revel in the explosion of flavors. A satisfied groan escapes my lips, betraying just how delectable Nelissa's cooking truly is. Truly marvelous. She beams at me, pleased with my reaction. The dish is a perfect blend of spices, herbs, and textures that dance on my tongue. It's as if each ingredient was carefully chosen and infused with love and care. I can't help but savor every morsel, feeling grateful for this delicious meal and the kind woman who prepared it. Soon the children are peppering me with questions about my weapons and past adventures. Children, he's our guest. Behave, Nelissa says, her face turning red. It's fine. No problem at all. I'm good with children, even with this old mug, I say, making a playful, fearsome face that sends them into giggles. Tell us stories. Yes, stories, please. I oblige with some gentler tales of exploration and camaraderie, my resonant voice rumbling through the room. A shy little one approaches, eyeing me hesitantly. "It's all right, little one. No need to be afraid," I rumble gently, reaching down to give her a gentle pat on the head. After a moment, her hesitation melts away. She reaches up, silently asking to be lifted. I carefully scoop her up, cradle her tiny body against my broad chest. She snuggles in close, perfectly at ease, laying her head over my heartbeat. My muscular frame envelops her smaller one, a protective barrier against any harm. She seems so tiny, yet so at peace, curled up contentedly as I launch into a tale. Many years ago, a lost baby dragon came wandering near my village. The poor thing was thin and sickly, with a twisted wing that would never let it fly. The villagers wanted to chase it away, but I couldn't stand to see the creature suffer. The children hang on my every word. I continue. Under the cover of night, I snuck the whelp food and built it a warm shelter. Over weeks, we became friends. I vowed to protect it with my life if need be. I point to the jagged marks on my cheek. One day, a rival dragon attacked, seeing the whelp as an easy meal. I leapt to defend my friend, swift as the wind. I mime battle moves, sending the kids into giggles. My friend escaped to safety. These scars are a badge of honor from that day, for loyalty and love are more precious than any treasure. "You saved him?" One little girl whispers in awe, her eyes wide. I nod, swallowing the sudden lump in my throat. Of course I did. He was judged harshly for his outward appearance, but I saw past that. A gruff rasp escapes my lips as I continue. Never judge someone by how they look on the outside. It's what's inside that truly matters. The food keeps coming, as I spin epic tales between mouthfuls, enrapturing the children with my animated storytelling. They bombard me with endless questions, and I happily oblige with imaginative answers. When one of the boys turns up his nose at his vegetables, I chime in with words of encouragement, determined to turn him into a vegetable lover like myself. "Eat your greens. They'll help you grow big and strong like a knight," I say. "Why, when I was your age, I ate every spinach leaf and bean my mother gave me. And look how mighty it made me." I stretch my arms out wide, exaggerating the movement and causing the young boy next to me to burst into a fit of giggles. His wide, toothy grin reveals bits of green stuck between his teeth. "Look at you, strong lad," I rumble playfully. "With a belly full of nutritious vegetables, one day you may even have a chance against me in battle." I turn my head and catch Nelissa's eye, her gaze twinkling with amusement. She mouths a silent, "Thank you," before returning to her task of piling more vegetables onto our plates. I wink back at her in response, grateful for her presence and support. Her domestic skills are just as valuable as my strength on the battlefield. As I sit with Nelissa and the children, spinning fantastical tales and eliciting peals of laughter from the little ones, I feel an unfamiliar warmth spreading through my usually stoic demeanor. The joy on their faces envelops me in a sense of belonging I have never experienced before. As the evening draws to a close and bedtime approaches, I rise to follow Nelissa as she leads me to help tuck the children in. My towering frame dwarfs their small beds, but as I gently pat their heads and tenderly pull up their blankets, a paternal instinct stirs within me. The children plead for one last story before sleep. "No more stories, children. He is our guest." A chorus of pleas fill the room. "We really have no other option," I say, my laughter echoing through the quiet forest. With a hushed tone, I weave a tale about a gentle ogre who watches over lost children and leads them back to safety. As I speak, their eyes grow heavy, drifting closed in peaceful slumber. Nelissa and I exchange a warm smile over their sleeping forms. In stories, I've always felt a sense of belonging that I've never known among my own kind. The children's warm acceptance of my presence is comforting, but it is Nelissa's genuine smile that truly makes me feel seen and understood. In the quiet of the evening, her hand brushes against mine, sending a gentle thrill through my body. After tucking the children into bed, Nelissa and I remain by the crackling fire, neither of us wanting the night to end. We sit close to each other, our conversation flowing effortlessly. Without any distractions or tasks, I'm opening up to her like never before. I'm surprised by how easily she draws out my deepest thoughts and feelings. The night feels endless in a blissful way as we continue to talk, our connection growing stronger with each passing moment. We speak of simple things, our favorite foods, childhood memories, the dreams we cling to when days grow hard. Each story draws us closer. I make Nelissa laugh with tales of mischief from my youth. Her melodic voice soothes away my usual tension. A subtle, alluring tension simmers just beneath the surface as we peel back layer after layer. Our fingers brush against each other occasionally, igniting sparks that leave me breathless and wanting more. For the first time in my life, I feel truly seen for who I am deep inside, beyond my scars and stoic facade. Neither of us wants the night to end. Well, it's about that time, I say, getting up and stretching. This had to have been a dream. I can't remember the last time I had a night this pleasant. It was truly lovely and a pleasure, she whispers back as to not awaken the children. My heart swells with an overwhelming desire to kiss her, to feel her lips against mine in a bittersweet moment of vulnerability and longing. As she walks me to the door, I can't help but imagine what it would be like to truly hold her, to feel her warmth and love enveloping me. "Good night," I murmur reluctantly, my hand lingering on the doorknob as I step outside into the cool night air. The moon shines brightly overhead, casting a magical glow over the camp. As I make my way back to my quarters, every step feels heavy with an unexpected sense of sadness. The thought of leaving this place, of saying goodbye to Nelissa, fills me with a yearning I never knew existed within me. But for now, all I can do is let the moonlight guide my way and cherish the memories we shared tonight. Tonight has stirred newfound feelings and desires that have been dormant within me, awakening parts of myself I didn't even know were there. I want to stay near her, to connect beyond our duties and roles. I think of her smile, her soft voice, her spirit like a flame in the darkness. My own spirit responds, kindling to life after so many cold, solitary years. What should I do? Risk opening my heart, allow this tender sapling between us to grow? Or retreat behind my wall, deny myself the warmth I so crave? I do not know how to bridge this divide between an orc and a human, but I know with each moment, my desire to try grows stronger. I cannot go back to the way I was before. As I lay on my cot staring into the shadows, my mind replays each shared smile, each brush of hands. An affection deeper than any I've known beckons me forward. Come morning, I will find the courage to take the next step on this terrifying, wondrous path, for living without trying may be the greatest sadness of all.
Chapter 13. Nelissa. With a heavy heart, I watch as Beran expertly hammers the final nail into the repaired wall of the orphanage. The rhythmic clanging of the hammer echoes in my ears, a reminder of the fleeting moments we have spent together. "Yes, my duties here are finished," he rumbles. An uncomfortable silence falls between us. I search for the right words, some way to make him stay, or at least acknowledge what has been growing between us. But only empty small talk comes out. "You've been such a tremendous help. I don't know how to thank you enough," I say. "It was an honor," he replies simply. I clear my throat, trying again. Will you come visit us sometimes?" He looks surprised by the request. "You would welcome a visit from me?" "Of course," I blurt. "The children adore you, and I—" He steps closer. "And you?" I take a shaky breath. "I would miss our conversations if you left for good," I confess. "As would I," he says, his voice a low rumble. He reaches out and tilts my chin up, forcing me to meet his intense gaze. My heart pounds wildly. "Please don't go," I want to say, but the words die in my throat. Our effortless conversations and subtle glances will soon fade back into the distant memory they once were, now that his duties at the orphanage are complete. He nods his farewell with a sombre expression before joining the other warriors, leaving me standing alone, our brief time together coming to an end like the setting sun sinking below the horizon. Grasping onto those memories, I feel a pang of sadness in my chest, knowing that our paths may never cross again. Not long after, Beran departs with a hunting party, seeking a rumoured dark elf encampment. I stand watching as the last trace of him disappears into the woods. Whispered prayers for peace accompany my daily tasks now. I hope desperately this will be the last threat, the last bloody page in this long, awful war. My thoughts constantly wander to Beran out there, praying for his safe return. An inexplicable sense of something unfinished lingers in the air, an absence that weighs on my heart. The orphanage feels empty without his towering presence, his broad shoulders and gentle smile. I miss everything about him, his subtle humour, his kind eyes, his calming spirit. My heart beats with longing each time I hear footsteps approaching, hoping to see him appear. But he never does, and the emptiness grows deeper. Every night I lie awake, staring up at the twin moons in the sky we used to share. It's like a piece of me is missing too, lost in the vast expanse between us. As the sun slowly rises, I sit, lost in thought. The sound of approaching footsteps breaks through my reverie, and a sense of familiarity washes over me. It's him, I think, imagining his presence once again. But as I turn, there he is. In a split second, my mind registers his presence, and I am sprinting towards him with reckless abandon. His arms open wide, welcoming me into their comforting embrace. My heart swells with relief and love as I feel his warmth and solidify his existence in my life once again. My eyes widen in disbelief and happiness as I take in the sight before me. He's here, right in front of me, bringing with him all the memories and emotions we shared together. The children's faces light up with unbridled joy at this unexpected reunion. "Beran, you're back," little Timmy shouts, barreling into Beran's legs for a hug. Beran laughs and ruffles Timmy's hair. "I certainly am. Have you been keeping these rascals in line?" "We have so much to show you," Mary chimes in, tugging eagerly at Beran's hand. "I learned to whittle wood, just like you showed me." Soon, the chattering children surround him, all competing for his attention. He listens intently as they share stories and show off the drawings, carvings, and toys they've made in his absence. There is nothing but pure joy and love radiating from each one of us. The children's thrilled laughter and bright smiles banish the gloom that had settled during Beran's time away. "Did you bring us treats?" little Emma asks hopefully, eyeing his pack. I may have a surprise or two in here," Beran replies with an exaggerated wink. The children squeal in anticipation as he pretends to consider before handing out wrapped candies he picked up in a neighbouring orc encampment just for them, a detour that must have added time to his trip. Watching the gentle giant engage with the orphans, a conflicting surge of joy and unease rushes through me. The atmosphere crackles with an electric energy, pulsating with anticipation. When our hands brush, a wave of electricity shivers down my spine. He whispers he missed being here, and his words linger like a gentle breeze. And the children keep playing, crowding around him, tugging on loose straps. Their tiny hands reach out and tug at his armour, begging for attention, while he patiently listens to each of their stories with a warm smile. I stand off to the side, my heart swelling with affection as I watch this mighty contradiction effortlessly connect with these innocent souls. The sun shines down on us, casting golden rays through the trees and illuminating Beran's strong features. Lost in my thoughts, I barely notice when Beran catches my eye and makes his way towards me, a hint of shyness in his confident strides. "Did you miss me?" he says, at first confident, then his voice trailing. And I beam back at him. Only every day and every night and every second and hour. You big oaf. Of course I missed you. What took you so long? I go where I'm told, he says, taking a step forward. I can still smell the trail on him. Sure enough, he came directly here to see me. Or us. So I was wondering. Yes, I ask. Seeing this gentle giant so vulnerable ignites my heart. There's a delightful spot I found while I was out. I thought it would be perfect for like a picnic. If you like picnics. I don't know. Are picnics dumb? Yeah, that's dumb. Way to go. Yes. Yes, I would love that very much. I mean, sure. I stammer back, laughing. It's like we both ran these lines over in our minds so many times that we flubbed them, having not imagined each other's reactions. Oh, really? Great. He reaches a hand toward me and grasps my hand and shakes it gently with 2 fingers to show that he is, in fact, a proper gentleman who is not at all above consideration. I'll pick you up around noon. With a sly smile, I nod in agreement. The thought of being alone together, away from prying eyes and the constant demands of our lives, sends a surge of anticipation through me. My mind is abuzz with fantasies of carefree afternoons spent in each other's company, basking in the warm sun and indulging in stolen moments. It's still abuzz hours later. Nelissa, are you listening? Kira's voice snaps me from my daydreaming. I blink in confusion at the pouting child before me, having completely missed his question. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. My mind is elsewhere today. I ruffle the boy's hair as Kira gives me a knowing look. Once the children are settled, she pulls me aside, her brow furrowed with concern. What's going on with you today? You seem distracted. I can't contain my giddiness any longer. The story of Beran's picnic invitation tumbles out in an excited rush. Kira's eyes widen, then she lets out a little squeal, hugging me tight. Oh, Nelissa, how exciting! It's so obvious how perfect you are for each other. I duck my head, blushing. I can hardly think straight. Thank you for watching the little ones while my head is in the clouds. She winks conspiratorially. Of course, it's the least I can do. Besides, Beran is so wonderful with them, and so sweet. We'll be able to leave the kids with him and go out in no time at all. We dissolve into girlish laughter, my heart overflowing with gratitude for her support. Anticipation for our picnic date sends my spirits soaring. I float through the rest of the day in a blissful daze. At dinner, I watch the children eating heartily. Our cosy orphanage is now secure and comfortable, thanks to Beran's tireless repairs. The little ones chatter happily about him as I tuck them snugly into their mended beds, their faces glowing in the warm lantern light. As the sun sets, casting a warm golden glow over the world, my mind becomes consumed with anticipation. The thought of escaping our daily routines and responsibilities fills me with an electrifying energy, coursing through my veins like a current. I can already feel the warmth of the clear blue sky above, and hear the sound of laughter and secrets being shared in hushed tones, as if they were precious gems to be treasured. My daydreams transport me to a place where anything is possible and nothing can hold us back from experiencing pure bliss. I drift off, imagining the feel of Beran's hand clasped in mine, words finally given voice to emotions kept hidden for so long. Tomorrow sparks a new beginning for us, a chance to explore the blossoming affection pulling us together like gravity. I cannot remember the last time I looked forward to a day with such eager longing. I fall asleep dreaming of picnics and poetry, of shy glances erupting into passion. Tomorrow promises something new awakening, like the first tender shoots of spring after the snows melt away. As I slowly doze off, I whisper my thanks into the darkness for this chance at love.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Did you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 14. Beran. I sink into the sturdy embrace of the wizened old ancient tree I picked out for this very occasion, its gnarled roots providing a natural throne. The nearby stream murmurs gently, a tranquil symphony to the joyful shouts and laughter of the children playing in its shallow waters. And as I settle down on the sprawling roots, Nelissa joins me, her arm grazing mine. "So what do you think?" I ask, barely able to focus on our surroundings with her so close beside me. "Well, I suppose it's pretty nice," she teases, nudging against me playfully. Before I know it, she's tucked up against my towering frame, resting perfectly in the crook of my arm. "And if we're being honest," she says, shrugging nonchalantly, cheeks flushing pink, "a girl could get used to having her own personal orcish guardian to keep her warm. And professional picnic spot finder." Despite my raging pulse, I manage to chuckle. "If we're keeping count." She laughs, slapping me playfully. "Oh, trust me, we are most certainly keeping count, mister." "Well, if that's the case, any bugs you need exterminated. Any at all except scorpions and spiders. I'm your guy." She laughs, music to my ears, the sound of twinkling bells. "Those are the worst ones." I grin, emboldened. Having a big monster around like me is not without its perks. Make too much food? That's me. All me. I pat my stomach for emphasis. And just so we're clear, the benefits go on. Yes, very interesting," she replies coyly. "All of this I must certainly take into account." "I would hope so," I chuckle. Dappled sunlight filters through the canopy of leaves, and we enter a graceful lull. It's peaceful here, a sanctuary far away from the chaos and hardship of war. I sneak glances at her delicate profile. It's not just her outer beauty that captivates me. It's the kindness and warmth that radiates from within. She accepts and puts up with and seemingly cares about even a monster like me. "Nelissa, I wanted to say..." I start hesitantly. She turns those radiant eyes on me. "Yes?" My courage falters under her expectant gaze, and I rub the back of my neck, the only sour note in an otherwise perfect day. "Oh, it's nothing. Just thank you for coming with me today." "Of course. Any time," she says politely. "Was there something else?" "No, nothing at all." "You certainly are in rare form today, good sir." I laugh, uncertain. What is that supposed to mean? "Nothing, I never thought someone like you would be so shy." She looks at me in a way no woman ever has. "You're so strong. It's just nice. That's all." Over the course of the next hour, we trade stories of childhood antics and dreams for the future. I discover her whimsical spirit beneath her practical exterior, as she describes her hope to someday see the great cities and flowering forests beyond the war-scarred land. I hear there are still some cities intact. She smiles softly. "I'd like to see them, to know what it was like before everything. Before we ruined her planet." "Perhaps you will once the war is over," I reply. And in turn, I open up about my own simple dreams that I've never shared, to someday have a family, to find my place. I never imagined a life beyond the sword, but now... I trail off, glancing at her. She meets my gaze with understanding. "Now your dreams are growing," she finishes. "Yes." I take her hand, my rough, battle-worn skin against her softness. "You've given me something I thought I'd lost forever. Hope." Her eyes glisten with emotion. "As you've done for me," she whispers. Her head comes to rest lightly on my shoulder, our hands barely brushing. We bask in the moment, languishing in the simple pleasures of each other on this gorgeous midsummer day. Later on, with her carefree laughter spurring me on, I boldly suggest that we join the group of children playing in the stream. "Come now, let's see who can create the biggest splash," I exclaim with a mischievous twinkle in my eyes, surprising even myself with my playful spirit and grinning eagerly. Nelissa readily agrees. Then together, we wade into the shallow water, its refreshing coolness a welcome reprieve from the warm sun beating down on us. My towering stature looms over the tiny children splashing at my knees, creating a comical contrast. But their joyful shrieks and giggles fill the air as I awkwardly lumber after them, purposely moving in slow motion to give them a chance at outrunning me. Their unbridled happiness is contagious, and I find myself caught up in their innocent joy. Soon enough, we're all soaked and breathless. Nelissa meets my eyes with a dazzling smile that says this carefree side suits me. Laughing and splashing and playing, the sunlight-dappled afternoon passes by as easy as we please. Suddenly, enveloped in the whims of freedom, Nelissa's sprint comes to an abrupt halt as she loses her footing, and in a split second, my instincts kick in, and I swoop in at the last moment to save her from a disastrous fall. My arms wrap tightly around her slim figure, pulling her close against my chest to steady her. Time seems to slow as we stand frozen in this suspended moment. The laughter and squeals of children playing fade into the background. I can feel every curve of her body pressed against mine. Her eyes meet mine with surprise and a hint of vulnerability. Her breath hitches. The world falls away. Ever so lightly, her hand comes to rest on my arm, fingers curling into my sleeve. Even through the fabric, the heat of her touch burns into my skin. Unspoken emotions hang heavy in the scant space still separating us. I can feel her breath on my lips, her scent enveloping me, tempting me to close the gap between us with the slightest tilt of my head. "Look at me!" A child's shout breaks the spell. We spring apart, the world rushing back in. Nelissa smooths her windswept hair, cheeks flushing pink. I rub my neck and pretend to be very interested in a nearby leaf. As the sun begins dipping below the horizon, we reluctantly gather our things, the magical day drawing to a close. An awkward tension still hangs between Nelissa and I after our intimate moment by the stream. I walk slowly back through the forest with her, hyper-aware of each accidental brush of hands or shoulders. When our eyes meet furtively, we both quickly look away, the memory of our charged embrace flushing our cheeks. At the edge of the woods we linger, suddenly reluctant to part ways. The sinking sunlight casts a nostalgic glow over the day's end. "I had a really nice time today," I finally say, rubbing my neck. "Me too," Nelissa replies softly. We stand in uncertain silence for a moment. Then, throwing caution aside, I reach out and lightly grasp her hand. Her fingers curl around mine. No more words are needed.
Chapter 15. Nelissa. I pace restlessly along the riverbank, my boots leaving imprints in the muddy shore. My encounter with Beran replays in my mind, that tense moment by the water lingering like a ghost. I can still feel the rush of exhilaration when our hands touched, and can still see the intensity in his eyes before I pulled away. It had almost been a kiss. I'm sure of it. A thrill of possibility had arced between us, a silent acknowledgement of the growing connection between an unlikely pair, at least until one of the children broke the moment. In the days since, I find myself gazing longingly towards the path leading to the orc encampment, hoping to catch a glimpse of Beran returning from the latest hunting expedition. I strain to pick his towering, muscular frame from the other orcs, to see the glint of his sharp tusks as he laughs. But he does not appear. I sit with a group of children outside my hut, watching over them as they play animatedly in the grass. I half-heartedly weave strands of grass into bracelets, my thoughts drifting absently to Beran on the hunting expedition. A tiny girl plops down beside me, gazing up with wide amber eyes. "Nessa, will you tell us a story?" she pleads. The other children scamper over excitedly. I smile weakly, What story shall I tell today? The children confer excitedly before the little girl responds. Tell us about the great warrior's quest to defeat the giant river serpent. My throat tightens, knowing this is one of Beran's favourite tales to recount. I take a deep breath before beginning the familiar story, picturing his animated expressions as he always told it. The children listen raptly, oohing and gasping at each twist. As I describe the final battle, one small child tugs at my skirt. Is Beran coming back soon? He tells it better. My hands still their braiding. I'm sure he'll return soon, I say gently. The hunting party should be back in just a few days. The boy squirms impatiently. I hope so. It's boring without Beran's stories. I ruffle his hair affectionately. We all miss his tales, but we must be patient. I hope my voice does not betray the greater longing in my own heart. The Orkling's innocent mention of Beran has released a fresh swell of ache inside my chest. I miss him more acutely than I can show. Once the stories are done, I quickly shoo the children off to play and retreat into my hut where I can yearn for him privately. Just a few more days, I tell myself. Then perhaps I will find the courage to speak plainly at last. The trading area bustles with activity as I weave my way through the crowded dirt lanes. Makeshift wooden stalls form a haphazard maze, draped with fabrics or furs to shield merchants and customers from the midday sun. The air rings with a cacophony of shouts and bargaining, grunts and laughter. Orcs call to one another in their gruff tongue as they inspect wares, haggle over prices and exchange goods. The earthy scent of fresh meats mingles with aromatic spices and herbs. I nod in greeting as I pass familiar faces. Tables and blankets spread with handmade tools and weapons-cured leathers and jugs of potent orc spirits. Around a corner, the produce stalls assault my senses with cascades of fresh vegetables and pyramids of exotic fruit. Farron, the elderly fruit merchant, flashes me a toothless grin as I peruse the day's offerings. The strawberries look especially plump and ripe. Beyond the food vendors, makeshift pens hold goats, small pot-bellied pigs, and clucking chickens. The din is occasionally pierced by a beast's indignant bleat or squeal. In the very back, I glimpse a stall draped in mystic symbols, an ancient orc woman peddling elixirs and potions. I linger, soaking in the sights and sounds. Life in the trading lanes carries on, oblivious to my inner turmoil. I both long for solitude and dread being alone with my thoughts. So I meander a while amidst the lively chaos, searching for a distraction. Greetings, Farron. I trust trading has been well. The white-haired man smiles warmly. Well enough for these old bones. And you, Nelissa? I select some ripe fruit. Oh, fine, quiet days. I hesitate. I don't suppose you've heard any word of Beran's hunting party. Last I heard they were due back soon. Farron raises his bushy eyebrows, but makes no other reaction to my transparent interest. He finishes tallying another customer's goods before responding. Ah, yes, they returned just this morning. Successful hunt by all accounts. I saw Beran myself down by the Eastern Bridge not long ago. I keep my features schooled in polite interest, though my pulse quickens. Did he seem well? I wince internally at the transparent hope in my voice, but Farron just chuckles. Same as always, gruff and boastful. I'm sure he'll be glad to regale the village with tales of his exploits before long. I thank the merchant and gather my fruit, clutching the basket tightly to conceal the trembling of my hands. However casually I try to mask it, my true feelings must be plain. But I can't resist asking after him, pitiful as it makes me feel. I'll look for him later to welcome him back, I say lightly. Farron winks and waves me off. I drift from the market, lost in thought. Tonight I will see Beran again. The thought sends equal parts excitement and dread coursing through me. Tonight, perhaps, I will find the courage to speak with him plainly, to end this agonizing dance of hope and uncertainty. The night falls agonizingly slow. My thoughts, consumed with Beran, hardly disrupt as boastful chatter arises from the other side of the camp. Then I spot him. Beran stands with his comrades, gesturing broadly as he recounts some tale of the hunt. At the sight of his imposing physique, his animated expressions, I feel a smile blossom across my lips. I have missed him, far more than I care to admit. Propelled by anticipation, I quicken my pace towards Beran, but as I draw near, his eyes meet mine and then dart quickly away. My steps falter. Have I imagined his deliberate avoidance? Confusion clouds my mind as Beran turns and busies himself amongst his fellow orcs, seeming oblivious to my approach. My steps slow as I approach Beran, where he stands conversing with two other orc warriors. I waver, unsure whether to continue forward or turn away once more. As I hesitate, Beran glances up, his eyes meeting mine. I feel my pulse quicken. I can no longer avoid this encounter. Beran regards me silently as I draw near, his expression unreadable. I struggle to find my voice. Beran, I hoped to speak with you, I finally manage. One of the warriors slaps Beran on the back and guffaws. We'll leave you two to chat. Both orcs lumber away, leaving me and Beran alone amongst the rustling tents. Beran crosses his burly arms over his chest, his posture guarded. What is it you wish to discuss? His gruff tone rattles my already frayed courage. I twist my hands nervously before me, eyes downcast. I merely wish to see how the hunt went. I trail off lamely. We both know I have not sought him out to discuss hunting. The true questions I burn to ask lodge in my throat. Beran shuffles his feet, clearly as uneasy with this encounter as I am. The hunt went well enough, he rumbles. Silence falls between us. I watch numbly as he turns, not even glancing back, and strides away. His hulking outline grows smaller, blurred by the bitter tears flooding my eyes. Rejection sears through me, more painful than I could have imagined. I had been so sure there was a real connection between us, that what had sparked by the river could grow into something beautiful. But it had all been one-sided. Humiliation floods my cheeks with heat. How could I have misread him so completely, seen tenderness where there was only passing desire? The memory of our almost kiss now mocks me, evidence of my foolish projection rather than requited affection. Alone now but for the quavering of my breath, I blink back burning tears. I had bared the blossoming hopes of my heart, only to have them trampled carelessly underfoot. The bitter taste of loss and shame floods my mouth. I should have known better. The fleeting tryst Beran desired could never be more to him. For me, each shared moment had stoked the kindling of love. I had foolishly let myself believe that an orc warrior might reciprocate a human woman's tender affection. But the truth now glares back at me, stark and cutting. The future I had begun to envision, tentatively at first but with growing hope, had been nothing but a dream. Beran's gruff dismissal has severed those tender shoots of possibility with cruel finality. Wrapping my arms around my stomach, as if to quell the ache of rejection, I turn slowly from the empty space where Beran had stood. His indifference hurts more than any wound. I feel suddenly small, blinded by the wreckage of shattered hopes. Numbly, I make my way back through the village, oblivious to the activity around me. I retreat to the seclusion of my room in the orphanage, cocooning myself in solitude. There, as shadows lengthen outside, I finally release the heartbreak flooding through me in silent, heaving sobs.
Chapter 16. Beran. The normally tidy training yard now looks like a war zone after hours of relentless drills. The packed dirt is churned up and scattered with debris. Footprints and drag marks crisscross haphazardly amidst discarded equipment and shattered wood fragments. The archery targets stand in tatters, bristling with arrows and bolts fired with careless fury. Most of the center rings have long since disintegrated under the onslaught, leaving only ragged edges fluttering in the faint breeze. The training dummies used for hand-to-hand combat drills bear the full brunt of the day's exertions. They list drunkenly on their stands, their limbs hanging by mere threads after endless pummeling. Sand spills from their split seams like entrails, pouring onto the ground to mingle with the dust. Massive wooden pels for sword practice now resemble hacked saplings, the deep gouges and gashes testament to hours of relentless strikes. Chopped and splintered, the posts look ready to topple over, barely clinging to upright positions. Discarded weapons litter the periphery, caked in dirt and mud. Dented shields, their faces marred by the fury of battle-axe blows. Warhammers and maces flung heedlessly into corners after their heads loosened from overuse. The signs of intense exertion are everywhere. I cross my arms over my burly chest as I survey the recruits struggling through footwork drills. "Sloppy, you move like pregnant boars," I bellow. I nod gruffly in agreement, my brow furrowed. "No precision. You lumber about like newborn calves." I step forward, grabbing a recruit who has tripped over his own feet. "You must move swiftly but with purpose. Each step flows into the next." I demonstrate the proper motions. The young orc nods rapidly, his eyes fixed on my feet. Grook shoves the recruit back into line. "Again, and make it crisp this time." We watch critically as the recruits repeat the drill. Grook scowls as one lags behind the others. "You, pick up the pace or become supper for the wargs." I point at another orcling crossing his feet awkwardly. "Head up. Move as one unit, not a herd of scattered sheep." I turn to Grook as the recruits slowly improve. "Sloppy is one thing, but far worse is no heart. We must instill in them a warrior's spirit." Grook spits on the ground. "Soft like milk-fed babes, but we'll harden them up yet." He pounds a fist against his chest. "The pride of the clan is at stake." I nod, but my thoughts have drifted. Grook eyes me silently for a moment before clapping a hand on my shoulder. "The recruits will shape up soon enough, but some burdens are not so easily conquered." He holds my gaze knowingly. Even the mightiest oak stands alone at times. I simply grunt, but a look passes between us. Clasping arms briefly, we two veterans turn our attention back to transforming the motley crew before us into warriors. But inwardly, I wrestle with matters of the heart no drill could prepare recruits for. Grook knows but holds his tongue. He is a true friend. As the sun sinks low, shadowy fatigue settles over the ravaged training yard. But while the inanimate targets have borne the worst of the damage, they are not the only things worn down today. The real exhaustion goes far deeper than skin and bone. I grunt with exertion as I swing my axe in practiced arcs, focused intensely on the training maneuvers. But my mind is clouded, thoughts drifting constantly back to Nelissa despite my efforts. I catch a glimpse of her across the camp. Her laughter was once music to my ears, but is now only a painful reminder of what I believe I cannot have. I force myself to look away as she talks with a group of orc women, my heart twisting at the deliberate coldness I'm showing her. She glances my way briefly before returning to her conversation, her smile absent. I felt her eyes follow me these last days, questioning and hurt by my avoidance. But I harden my heart, keeping my gaze fixed on my training. With a roar, I hurl my axe at the target. It embeds deep in the wood with a satisfying thunk. I push my body relentlessly, punishing myself with each strike and swing. The physical exhaustion provides some distraction from the turmoil in my mind, but thoughts of Nelissa continue to intrude. I know I'm unworthy of her affection. She deserves better than a battle-scarred orc like me. Her people will never accept our bond, and she will be shunned for loving a monster. I cannot doom her kind heart to such a fate. As much as it pains me, I must stay away. Her laughter again reaches my ears, more subdued than before. I risk a furtive glance and see the change in her, the sadness dimming her smile, the lingering looks my way. Our eyes meet briefly, and I see the unasked questions in her expression before I turn away, hiding the ache on my own face. The easy friendship we shared now languishes in uncertain silence. Rumors have spread through the camp, whispers of another orc who pursues Nelissa. My heart sinks at the thought of her in another's arms, even as my mind acknowledges it is for the best. She should be with one of her own kind, not an outcast like me. I hear the orc one night as I pass by the communal fire, the boisterous laughter, the suggestive remarks. I recognize the voice of Garrus, a young warrior. Bile rises in my throat at his crude taunts, but I force myself to walk on unseen. What right do I have to intervene? I pushed her away, let Garrus give her the life she deserves. In the following days, the rumors only grow louder. Garrus openly proclaims his conquest, bragging to any who will listen about the human woman he will claim. He spins vulgar tales of winning her heart, making it sound as if she swoons for him. Each word lands like a blow, but still, I remain silent. The scent of roasted meat greets me as I enter the bustling dining hall. Orcs laugh and shout boisterously as they eat, the air thick with the sounds of revelry. I collect my meal and turn to find a place at one of the long wooden tables. My eyes are immediately drawn to her. Nelissa sits amongst a group of females, her golden hair shining in the firelight. She laughs at something said by the orc next to her, placing a hand casually on his arm. An ugly knot forms in my gut. I stand frozen, oblivious to the jostling crowd. Nelissa's eyes begin to wander and for a moment meet mine across the crowded hall. Her smile falters at my expression before I look sharply away. The lively laughter ringing off the walls seems to mock me as I stare at my plate. The aromas of roasted meat now turn my stomach. I cannot stay there any longer. Turning on my heel, I shove through the crowd, ignoring the angry curses hurled my way. I dispose of my untouched meal and stride from the hall, my appetite fled. Outside, the cool night air does little to calm the tempest building within me. I wander aimlessly, wanting to outdistance the scene imprinted on my mind. But it follows me like a relentless phantom. Nelissa's smile aimed at another, the ease with which she permits his touch. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to slam them against a tree in frustrated rage. I have no claim over her. It is I who pushed her away, left her untethered. So why does it feel like a dagger twists in my heart to see her happy with someone else? In my selfishness, I have not wished her ill, only sought to remove the curse of my affection. But to see my hopes eclipsed by reality so vividly is more than I can bear. I do not know how long I roam under the silver moonlight. When at last I return to my solitary cot, exhausted in body and soul, sleep remains elusive. My dreams, once warm with imagined futures, now taunt me with visions of Nelissa in another's arms, a fitting torment for my foolishness. Waking brings no relief, only the bleak dawn of a new day without her. In the morning, during weapons practice, my swings grow wild, my frustration getting the better of me. The other warriors give me a wide berth, wary of my darkening mood. Even Grook, my oldest friend, knows better than to speak to me when I'm like this. He watches silently as I unleash my tempest of emotions on the training dummies. I slash and hack long after the others have retired for the night. Drained and heartsick, I stare at the mutilated target, wishing it was the face of Garrus. But what right do I have to Nelissa now? I severed our bond and left her alone. Perhaps in her loneliness she turned to him. Bitter anguish rises in my chest at the thought. A soft sound stirs me from my brooding. I turn to see Nelissa standing at the edge of the training pit, limned in the moonlight. For a moment I forget myself, drinking in the sight of her. But as she steps forward, I stiffen and look away. "You should return to Garrus," I say gruffly, fighting to keep my voice steady. Nelissa stops, hurt plain on her face. She opens her mouth as if to speak, but I turn my back, unable to bear the reproach in her eyes. After a moment, I hear her footsteps slowly retreat.
Chapter 17. Nelissa. Oh, come on now, don't be like that. Garrus says with a wink, unfazed by my clear signals of disinterest. I know you're just playing hard to get. That little blush says you like the attention. I don't respond. He leans in close, his eyes roving shamelessly over my body. Can't blame me for enjoying the chase. You're just so cute when you get all flustered. I lean away, skin crawling at his unwanted proximity. Please stop. I already told you I'm not interested. He laughs as if we're sharing some playful joke. Not interested? Then why'd you agree to have a drink with me, eh? Sending mixed signals there, sweetheart. I open my mouth to protest, but he cuts me off. It's all right. No need to be shy. I love a challenge. He winks again and drapes his arm around my shoulder, pulling me tight against him. Revulsion washes over me at his unwanted touch, his refusal to acknowledge my rejection. He seems to think my clear discomfort is some coy invitation, my pleas for him to stop just part of our flirtatious banter. The orcish ale is bitter on my tongue, but it pales in comparison to the distaste I feel for this handsy animal beside me. My voice is low and urgent as I pull Garrus to the side, away from the bustling crowd of the orcish tavern. Look, I think you are getting the wrong idea. The words feel heavy on my tongue, but I force them out. I cannot continue to entertain your advances. My heart belongs to another. Garrus's cocky grin falters, his expression softening as he blinks and takes a slow step closer. His voice drops to a bitter tone, laced with skepticism as he asks, "And who is this supposed captor of your heart?" The lines on his face deepen, challenging me to defend myself. With my heart pounding against my ribs, I lift my chin. It doesn't matter who he is. We will not speak of this any further. There can be nothing between us. That should be enough explanation. The tension between us suffocates me like a dense fog. His intense gaze burns into me, but I dare not meet it, knowing it would only weaken my resolve that much more. In the flickering light of the oil lanterns, his eyes become dangerous slits. His hands grip my arms painfully, possessive and cruel. For a moment, stark fear seizes me, but I stand tall, refusing to show any fear. Let this go, Garrus. Pushing the matter will only bring more hurt. Think you're too good for me, is that it? Garrus snarls, all pretences gone. Who the hell do you think you are tossing me aside? What you really need is to be impaled by some fat orc. Come on, what do you say, princess? Let me show you what a real man feels like. As he speaks, his initial cocky smile twists into a sneer, wounded pride shifting his demeanour to an ugly aggressiveness. I stand stunned, watching as he lashes out at my character, calling me arrogant and vain, claiming that I think I am too good for someone like him. The crude insinuations about needing an orcish partner to put me in my place make my stomach turn with disgust. Enough, I cry, finding my voice. Leave me be, Garrus. My decision is made. I know your type, playing all nice and innocent, then begging for it behind closed doors, he teases. So let's drop the act. Let Daddy take you home. The words catch in my throat as I try to speak, my voice trembling with anger and fear. How? How dare you? I manage to stammer out, my whole body shaking with rage. I want nothing to do with you, Garrus. Not now. Not ever. Panic courses through me as he pulls me closer, his rancid breath assaulting my senses. A surge of fear and revulsion overwhelms me as he sneers, his eyes glinting with pure malice. But I refuse to let him have the upper hand. With a burst of adrenaline-fueled strength, I rip myself free from his grasp, my heart pounding in my chest, my hatred for him burning like a wildfire. Stay the hell away from me! I snarl through clenched teeth, my voice dripping with venom and determination. Just then, 2 orc soldiers emerge from the crowd, alerted by the commotion. They grab Garrus and pull him back forcefully. He tries to fight them off, but they overpower him. Let's go, miss. You're safe now, one says in a gruff but reassuring tone. My whole body is still trembling, but relief washes over me. With one last withering glare at Garrus, I turn my back on him. The soldiers escort me away through the dispersing crowd. My heart rate finally begins to slow, the adrenaline draining away. But my fiery anger remains, along with the unwavering conviction to fight any man who dares try to intimidate me again. Blinking back hot tears that sting my eyes, I gather up what little dignity I have left and wrap it tightly around me like armour. I turn to leave. I refuse to be intimidated or controlled by Garrus or anyone ever again. As I emerge into the moonlit night, the loud uproar of the tavern fades into the distance behind me. The familiar road home suddenly feels longer and more treacherous as I hurry along it, my senses on high alert for any sounds in the dark forest. The hoot of an owl pierces through the stillness, branches creak ominously, and shadows seem to stretch out with clawed fingers reaching for me. But I refuse to succumb to the fear that Garrus had hoped to instill in me. I force myself to remain brave. At long last, I arrive back at the orphanage. My hands shake as I secure the doors, and I stay as quiet as I can so as not to wake the children. Alone again, I sink down against the sturdy door, seeking comfort in its solidity. I try to calm my racing heart, contrasting Garrus's cruelty and aggression with Beran's gentle nature. Beran has only ever treated me with tenderness and respect. I yearn for the safety and peace I felt in his presence, the easy rapport we built before he inexplicably tore it down. Resting my head back, I close my eyes, picturing Beran's steady strength and humour. His scarred face is handsome to me for the empathy and wisdom etched there. How different he is from the orc who accosted me tonight. A small voice makes me jump. One of the children, Rena, stands there rubbing her eyes. I couldn't sleep. Why are you crying? I quickly wipe my cheeks. Oh, just bumped my toe, that's all, I say lightly, forcing a smile. I usher Rena back to bed, tucking her in snugly. Everything's all right, dear one. Stay inside and don't open the door for anyone, understand? Yes, Ms. Nelissa. The little girl's voice quivered with excitement. But what? Now hush, child, and return to your bed so I may finish preparing the games for tomorrow. Games! The girl's eyes widened in wonder. Yes, but shh, I whisper conspiratorially, leaning in close to my companion. The dim light of the room casts shadows on our faces as we huddle together, plotting our next move. But only if you promise to be a good girl and go straight back to sleep. We can't have you spoiling the surprise. I watch her scamper back to bed, her small feet padding softly on the floorboards. With a gentle hand, I close the door behind her, careful not to disturb the slumbering figures in the room. As soon as she disappears from sight, I let out a sigh of relief and sink down against the sturdy door, seeking solace in its unyielding presence. My heart is still pounding from our daring escapade, and my mind races with thoughts of Garrus's brutal threats and Beran's calming influence. Garrus may be cruel and aggressive, but Beran has always been kind and gentle towards me. In his presence I feel safe and at peace, basking in the warmth of his affection. I long for that feeling now as my nerves continue to fray and our plan hangs in the balance. I close my eyes, picturing Beran's steady strength and humour. His scarred face is handsome to me for the empathy and wisdom it holds. How different he is from the orc who accosted me tonight, and how I would give anything to be held safely in his arms right now.
Chapter 18. Beran. The forest path winds ahead of me, the soft crunch of leaves under my boots the only sound breaking the stillness. The sweet melody of birdsong fills the air, mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Lost in my thoughts, I can almost feel Nelissa's hand in mine and see her smile. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air, followed by a heavy thud as an arrow embeds itself into a nearby tree. Ambush! I'm jolted back to reality. The once peaceful forest erupts with cries and shouts as dark elves emerge from their hidden positions, their trap sprung. "Take cover!" Captain Grok bellows as arrows pepper our position. I dive behind an oak, the rough bark against my palm. "On our flank!" Grok yells. His glare lands on me. "Lazy dookie, Todd. Asleep up there, are we?" I draw my trusty battle axe with a grin. "My apologies, Captain. My mind did wander for a moment." I charge into the fray, bashing elf skulls left and right. Grok headbutts one, then scowls at me. "This lass got you that distracted? Tell me, have you claimed her yet?" His smooth movements contrast the brutality as he ducks and weaves, stabbing and taunting. The furious elves redouble their efforts. "Face us, Kawa!" An elf's insult is cut short by my axe splitting his face. Ignoring the body, I reply, "I have not claimed her yet." Grok snorts derisively. "Off to battle without bedding your woman first? No wonder your thoughts drift." He slashes an elf's gut open. "Stake your claim, boy. Can't have your head in the clouds." Chastened, spearing an elf who thought I was distracted. Hard to blame him, since even Grok could tell I'm out of sorts. Grok isn't the most observant orc in the world unless he's on a battlefield. We fight on, falling into rhythm. "So who's this lass?" Grok presses. "Out with it." I feel my face grow hot. "It's complicated," I mutter, spearing another attacker. Grok's laughter booms over the din. "It always is." His face softens a moment before growing serious again. I feel my face grow hot. "It's very complicated," I mutter, spearing another attacker. Grok's laughter booms over the din. "It always is," he says again. His face softens a moment before growing serious. As the last elf retreats, we regroup. Thoughts of Nelissa creep back as I try to relax. Her easy way with the children, how she looks at me like I'm normal, maybe even possibly attractive. In one swift motion, Grok's voice pierces the chaos. "Behind you!" I spin to see an elf lunging, dagger glinting. I start to raise my hammer, too slow. The elf's hiss of triumph echoes as he closes in. Suddenly, Grok is there, barreling into the elf with bone-crushing force, dagger finding its mark. He turns to me, out of breath. "That's it. You're a danger out here with your head in the sky." He points back toward camp. "Go. Sort this, whatever it is, before you return." "But sir, I can still fight," I protest. "I said what I said!" The captain points sharply back toward camp. "Go. Don't return until your wits are restored. Talk to the woman, claim her, and have sex with. Just get it sorted before you return to work." He clasps my shoulder firmly. I want to argue further, but no, he speaks wisdom. With a reluctant nod, I turn towards camp, thoughts churning with frustration and resolve. I will make things right with Nelissa. For the sake of my duties in clan, I cannot let her remain a distraction. If she wants to be with Garrus, then I'll make peace with her decision. But first, I have to let her know how I feel. Face burning in shame, I have no choice but to obey. The long walk back is consumed with frustration at myself. How could I let emotion overpower duty? I must control this, lest it destroy everything I hold dear. I wander the camp, mulish and ashamed. As I pass the communal fire, snippets of gossip reach my ears that make me halt in my tracks. And then Garrus had the gall to put his hands on her, the snake. Poor Nelissa was shaken, I heard. The name sends a spike of alarm through me. I gravitate closer, picking up hushed accounts of Garrus's dishonorable pursuit of Nelissa, culminating in aggressive actions that left her rattled and withdrawing behind closed doors. Protective rage ignites within me, fueled by my own self-disgust at allowing myself to be so distracted. No more. This Garrus will face me for his behavior and threats towards someone under my care. It takes little effort to track Garrus down to one of the rougher taverns on the fringes of the camp. I stride inside, the crowd parting quickly before my thunderous expression. Garrus looks up from his ale, surprise flashing across his features. Before he can speak, I slam my fist down on his table, rattling tankards. You! I challenge you to a duel for the honor of Nelissa! My voice booms through the suddenly silent room. Garrus's eyes narrow, his brows drawing together in a fierce expression. Suddenly, a cocky grin splits his face, and he rises to his full height, towering nearly a head over me. So it's you? He taunts, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Out of everyone in camp, she chose you? Ah, so be it. His words drip with arrogance as he crosses his arms over his chest. We'll settle this, and I'll claim ownership of that sweet little thing. He leers, saliva, and the night's drink dribbling down his chin as he sticks out his tongue and slathers it wetly. His other hand rests on his genitalia. Outside, a raucous crowd quickly gathers, eager for bloodshed as we emerge into the open area behind the tavern. Garrus's animalistic movements unnerve me as he menacingly brandishes his infamous meat hook, a barbaric tool that instills fear in even the bravest of dark elves. We circle each other cautiously, weapons at the ready. My iron warhammer feels like an anchor in my hand, its weight providing me with a sense of stability and determination to face whatever this fight may bring. With a guttural cry, he charges wildly. I parry the meat hook's erratic swings, metal sparking against metal. We trade vicious blows, the ringing of steel on steel matched only by the crowd's bloodthirsty roars. I parry and strike methodically, but Garrus's wild, rage-fueled swings land again and again. A searing pain explodes in my chest as his hook slices through my armor and into my flesh. I stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. The crowd roars with bloodlust, hungry for a kill. With a primal roar, Garrus lunges at me again, aiming for my exposed neck. I narrowly dodge his attack, feeling the blade graze against my skin. Fueled by adrenaline and anger, I launch a brutal counterattack, swinging my hammer with all my might. The sickening crunch of bone echoes through the arena as it connects with Garrus's shoulder. He falls to his knees, howling in both agony and rage. Sensing victory, I raise my hammer high and aim the pointed end directly at his throat. The crowd falls silent, anticipation hanging thick in the air. With each labored breath, Garrus's jaw tightens against the searing pain. His eyes blaze with impotent fury, but as he looks into my cold gaze, he sees no mercy. Not after what he did to Nelissa. He slowly lowers his head in bitter submission, a clear admission of guilt and defeat. I take a step back, my grip tightening on the handle of my weapon. Sweat beads on my forehead as I glare at him with fiery determination. If I ever see your face near me or my woman again, I won't hesitate to end you, I growl, the weight of my words matching the heaviness in my hand. He starts to utter a crude insult, and without hesitation, I lash out with a swift kick to his ribs. What was that? I demand, ready for another confrontation. He grunts in pain, writhing on the ground and showing me his vulnerable belly. With a menacing smirk, I raise my weapon and assert, "Good enough." The gathered orcs shift uneasily, sensing the tension in the air and knowing that there is more at stake than just this one confrontation. Without a backward glance, I turn and begin to walk away.
Chapter 19. Nelissa. The stillness of the orphanage is broken only by the echo of my footsteps as I pace back and forth across the worn stone floor. It has been 2 days since Beran marched off with the others to face the Dark Elf forces, and still no word of their return. I wring my hands, trying in vain to push down the knot of dread that has taken root in my stomach. The children sleep peacefully in the next room, blissfully unaware of my building worry. I clutch the pendant Beran gifted me the day he left, the metal edges digging into my palm. My thumb rubs over the pendant's smooth surface as I move to the window, gazing out into the night for any sign of movement. Nothing. With a shaky exhale, I bow my head and whisper a prayer, both for victory and for Beran's safe return to me. We have weathered such storms before, but the threat looms ever larger each time the warriors march away. Despite our recent closeness, the old familiar fear creeps in. Fear that this time the battlefield may claim the life of my dear friend, or even more than friend, though we shy from the words. Keeping myself busy, I diligently tidy up the remnants of the children's midday meal. The heavy wooden door to the orphanage suddenly bursts open. Kira, one of my closest friends and fellow caretakers, rushes in with an uncharacteristic sense of urgency. "Nelissa!" she cries out, her usually calm demeanour replaced by a look of panic. "Beran and Garrus are engaged in a fierce duel behind the old tavern." My heart skips a beat at the news. "What? Why?" Kira grabs onto my hands with a fervent grip. "For your honour," it said, "we must hurry before it's too late." The urgency in her voice makes my stomach twist into knots as we rush towards the commotion, Beran defending me, after all this time apart. As we approach, the sounds of fierce combat grow louder and more chaotic, echoing off the walls and filling the air with tension. We arrive at the edge of a tightly packed crowd, their heated whispers mingling with the clash of metal and cries of battle. I crane my neck, straining to catch a glimpse of what lies within the centre of this frenzied throng. The scene before me is one of savage combat, two figures locked in a fierce battle that seems to shake the very ground beneath them. Their powerful strikes are fueled by an almost uncontrollable rage, each one determined to come out on top. As I watch with wide-eyed terror and fascination, Kira joins me and squeezes my hand in silent support. I watch, transfixed, as Beran and Garrus trade ruthless blows. Their weapons clash with a deafening clang, their muscles straining against each other's. The sounds of their exertion and pain mix with the crowd's frenzied cheers, creating a symphony of chaos and excitement. Garrus wields his weapon with savage ferocity, determined to overpower Beran through sheer force alone. Each strike is more calculated and precise than the last. Beran appears to have the upper hand, but then Garrus delivers a brutal blow to his lower thigh, causing him to cry out in pain. Watching the duel unfold, I can't help but be conflicted by Beran's fighting style. On one hand, it is incredibly efficient and skilled, but on the other hand, there is an underlying sense of protectiveness that I have never seen from him before. It makes me question everything I thought I knew about him. My confusion and questions mount as I watch. Why would he engage in such violence for my sake after avoiding me for so long? What prompted this sudden defence of my honour? I gasp, hands flying to cover my eyes for a moment. When I dare to look again, Garrus is pressing his advantage, raining down hits on a weakened Beran. Fear surges within me at the sight. "Get up, get up," I whisper under my breath, clasping my pendant desperately. To see him fall after coming this far would break my heart. With every fibre of my being, I will Beran to keep fighting, to rise above the pain and defeat this monster who has hurt so many. As the fight rages on, my heart pounds with every blow and my eyes strain to follow the movements of the two warriors. Just as I worry that Beran may not have enough strength left to continue, he lets out a fierce roar and rises up, his warhammer held high. A wave of relief washes over me as Beran launches into a renewed attack, his determination shining through each powerful swing. Despite Garrus's desperate attempts to defend himself, Beran shows no signs of slowing down, relentlessly battering aside his opponent's defences. With each strike, it's as if Beran is pouring his very soul into this battle, and finally, Garrus begins to falter under the onslaught, struggling to keep up with Beran's unyielding assault. After what feels like an eternity, Garrus falls to his knees, defeated and broken. My heart swells with pride for Beran's victorious stance, his warhammer stained with the blood of his opponent. The once lively crowd is now whipped into a frenzied frenzy by the brutal duel. Their chants for death and violence ring in my ears, causing bile to rise in my throat. "Finish him!" they scream, their voices filled with bloodlust. "Spill his guts!" The violent cries only serve to turn my stomach. I cannot bear to watch as Beran carries out Garrus's death sentence, no matter his crimes. My stomach churns and my hands tremble as I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to block out the inevitable sickening sounds of death. My heart aches at the thought of Beran's hands stained by such an act, all for the sake of appeasing a bloodthirsty mob. The chanting from the crowd reaches a fever pitch, growing louder and more frenzied. But then it suddenly fades away. Cautiously, I open my eyes again, unsure of what has happened. To my surprise, Garrus still kneels before Beran, his head bowed in submission, but very much alive. Beran steps back, his weapons lowered, and for a moment I am afraid to believe what I am seeing. Our eyes meet across the distance, and I can't read the expression on Beran's face. Is it relief, regret, anger? I can only imagine the internal struggle he must have faced before sparing Garrus's life. But one thing is certain. His decision has changed everything for both of us. Brutal he may be, but Beran follows his own code. With quiet dignity, he turns and walks away without dealing the killing blow, leaving Garrus to nurse his shame and wounds. A tempest of emotion whips through me, feelings too powerful to contain any longer. Before I even realise I'm moving, my feet carry me forward, half running, half stumbling toward Beran as he turns to leave as well. His battered face is vulnerability embodied, emotions raw and exposed for the world to see. I do not slow my approach, compelled forward by forces beyond reason. The need to comfort him, touch him, assure him wells up irresistibly. We meet halfway, drawn together like opposing magnets too long held apart. Beran's usual stoic facade is cracked, his emotions laid bare across his battered face. Without hesitation, I throw my arms around him, all decorum forgotten. Beran's body first tenses in surprise, then relaxes, his own arms engulfing me in a gentle embrace. I rise on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, voice thick with emotion. I missed you. Those simple words seem to unleash something in Beran. And I, you. The quiet admission resonates through me. We cling wordlessly to one another, each seeking solace and connection after so long apart. Two weathered souls, briefly allowing their shared scars to show without fear of judgment. Only then does it hit me how carried away I've been by emotions too long bottled up. But as I lift my face to his, I cannot find it in myself to regret this public display. Not when I can already see the balm my affection provides his weary soul. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 20. Beran, my heart, battered by distance and doubt, swells with happiness and hope upon hearing Nelissa's admission that she missed me. Her words are like a soothing balm, closing the rift my doubts had created between us. As we finally release each other from our embrace, Kira approaches with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Well, well, it seems you two have reconciled, she remarks lightly, giving us both a playful nudge. Despite my lingering solemnity, her teasing brings a smile to my face and lightens the mood between us. We have much to discuss, I rumble simply, but the tender glance Nelissa and I exchange reveals more than words can express. Kira's knowing smile widens. I'm sure you do, she winks, But first, come. I insist you both join me for dinner tonight. There will be time to talk. Too weary to argue, we accept her invitation. The coming days promise much, not just physically, but in life beyond duty. For the first time, I dare to hope for a future that includes love. After being tended to by the skilled hands of the healer and having a thorough scrubbing, I find myself seated at a table adorned with an array of dishes, each more delicious looking than the last. Kira and Giovanno's dwelling is small and humble, but warmly welcoming. Tapestries depicting scenes of nature cover the plain stone walls, adding a touch of vibrancy. The surfaces are simple, roughly hewn wood tables and chairs, a few woven mats on the floor. Despite the modest trappings, Kira's infectious optimism fills the space with cheer. Wildflowers plucked from the meadow sit in a battered tin cup on the table, a pop of color amidst the plain surroundings. Giovanno's weapons hang orderly on the walls, always close at hand. Reminders of Avalon's absence can be found in the whimsical trinkets and half-finished embroidery pieces left untouched in her absence. The air is filled with lively conversation and contagious laughter as Kira regales us with a humorous childhood tale. Her eyes light up as she recalls the time she and Avalon dared to steal an entire honeycomb from a buzzing beehive. We were like two mischievous pixies, covered in sticky honey and chased by angry bees, she exclaims between fits of giggles, her infectious mirth spreading to all those around her. I'll bet your parents were not at all pleased to be cleaning up that mess, Nelissa remarks, eyes twinkling with mirth. That's an understatement, Kira says. Of course Avalon managed to charm her way out of trouble as always. But oh, the scolding I got. I can't help but shake my head in amusement. You sound like quite the troublemakers, I say with a chuckle. I'll have to remember not to let you two team up and cause trouble. Kira playfully wags her finger at me, a mischievous glint in her eye. No promises, sir. As the lively banter continues, a warm feeling of camaraderie begins to spread among us. The sound of laughter and the exchange of stories draws us out of our shells, bit by bit. For the first time in what feels like ages, I'm able to fully embrace the simple joy of friendship. But I have a feeling there is more to big, tall, and handsome over there. Kira catches my eye and playfully raises an eyebrow at me. I refuse to believe you were always the obedient one. Surely you got into some mischief as a boy. I raise my hands in mock surrender. I assure you I was too focused on my warrior training to cause any trouble. But as I say it, memories of sneaking out with my friends and causing chaos flood back to me, causing a smile to form on my lips. Boo. All right. Perhaps there was that one time I borrowed old Jorn's prized boar without permission for a joyride through the village. But I returned it, mostly unharmed. Now it's Nelissa's turn to feign shock, her eyebrows arched in mock disapproval. Beran, corrupting innocent animals? What would your mother say? I shake my head, trying to hold back a laugh. She never found out it was me, I protest, my voice cracking with suppressed laughter. Let's just say the beast had free reign of old Jorn's hut until I got it back to the pen. The image of a giant boar wreaking havoc in a tiny hut brings a wide smile to my face. Soon I too am chuckling at my youthful recklessness, the memories of that fateful encounter with the boar still fresh in my mind. So perhaps I was not as innocent as I thought, I admit, a gentle smile playing on my lips. But the boar and I did have quite the adventure. The warmth of nostalgia washes over me as I reminisce on that wild, carefree time in my life. As the lively dinner eventually winds down, a mixture of contentment and contemplation settles within me. I linger behind while the others bid their good nights, not quite willing to part from Nelissa's company yet. After saying goodbye, I realize how deep in trouble I am. My feelings for her have grown beyond denying, yet I know little of courting outside the arena of combat. As everyone disperses, I pull Jorvin aside, and we have a smoke and a drink as I confide my growing affections for Nelissa and ask his advice on expressing my feelings in the human fashion. Havano's eyes twinkle with understanding as he claps me on the back. Ah, love. His voice is light, but his words carry weight. It's simple, brother. Ask the lady out properly. A picnic in a secluded meadow, a boat ride on the river at sunset. Time just the two of you to get to know each other without distractions. My mind races with possibilities as I imagine myself and Nelisa in these scenarios. But then doubt creeps in. What if she rejects me? What if she doesn't feel the same way? Havano senses my hesitation and places a reassuring hand on my shoulder. And most importantly, he adds, speak from your heart when the moment feels right. Be honest and true to yourself. Havano fixes me with a stern look, his tone firm yet gentle. Brother, enough of that self-pity. You underestimate your own worth. His expression softens into a smile. Nelisa sees the goodness in you. Have faith in that, if nothing else. With those words echoing in my mind, I take a deep breath and steel myself for what may come next, an uncertain but exhilarating journey towards love. I stand a little straighter, my resolve strengthened by his words. You're right, I declare, emboldened. I will find the courage to try. Havano's smile widens, radiating encouragement. That's the spirit. Now go get her. I thank Havano for his wise words. Maybe, just maybe, by baring my own heart to Nelisa, I have a slim chance of winning hers in return. I turn towards the orphanage, my heart filled with hope. If she can see past my gruff exterior, perhaps there is a glimmer of a chance for us after all. As I approach, a figure on the porch catches my eye. Nelisa steps forward into the moonlight, a radiant smile blooming at the sight of me. We meet halfway, neither speaking for a moment, just sharing a look ripe with possibility. I search her face, seeing my own happiness mirrored back. In this perfect moment, any lingering doubts fade away. I know my heart is utterly hers. Gently, Nelisa's hand finds mine, affirming the growing bond between us. The promise of a future terrifying and wondrous stretches out before our feet. For the first time, I understand the gift of finding another who truly sees who I am inside, and I vow never to take my good fortune for granted.
Chapter 21. Nelisa. Under the twinkling blanket of stars, Beran and I stroll at a leisurely pace. Our conversation drifts between memories from our childhood and aspirations for the future. As we walk, my mind races with the weight of unspoken questions, knowing that it is time to bring them up. Finally, I pause and turn to face him, taking a deep breath to steady myself. Beran, I say softly, if you are willing to share, I would like to know about your scars. I want to understand, if you will let me. The gentle glow of moonlight casts shadows over his face as he considers my request. A sense of vulnerability and trust hangs in the air between us, waiting for his response. He is silent so long I fear overstepping. After what feels like an eternity, he finally nods, signalling that he is ready to open up and share his harrowing tale of torture at the hands of the dark elves. I listen with a heavy heart, my own tears threatening to spill as I see the pain etched into his usually stoic features. I will share, if you are certain you wish to know. At my solemn nod, he begins recounting his tale, voice flat and distant. I was captive to a dark elf scouting party for many weeks. They sought to break me, body and spirit. His jaw clenches at the memory. There was no mercy in their methods. When blades did not suffice, they turned to fire, to acid. My vision blurs with tears as I listen. I dare to rest a hand on his arm. You survived their cruelty. You are stronger than their hatred. Beran's stoic mask finally cracks, raw anguish spilling out. I have never spoken of it since being freed. Sometimes I feel as broken as my flesh. He touches his scarred face. They held me down and... He trails off. I know I am hideous now. A monster. I reach for his hand and give him a reassuring squeeze. They sought to make me into one, inside and out. Sometimes I fear they succeeded. You are no monster, Beran. Only light can drive out darkness, and your spirit remains light. You suffered greatly, but let it not define you. Your spirit remains whole. In response, Beran's body convulses with a deep, shuddering sigh. His voice is trembling and unsure as he speaks. I do not feel whole, he confesses haltingly. I am broken, abnormal. His eyes drop to the ground, unable to meet my gaze. My heart clenches at his anguished confession. With a determined movement, I pull him into a fierce embrace beneath the infinite stars, hoping that my arms alone can offer some comfort and protection from further hurt. You are caring, noble. Your spirit is what matters, Beran. Not your appearance, and your appearance only shows how strong you are. The starry sky above us seems to twinkle in sympathy as we stand there together, united against the darkness that threatens to consume Beran's spirit. He clings to me like one drowning as I continue. Scars do not define you. They only mark you as a survivor, and survivors are never alone. We've a camp full of them, if you haven't noticed. Though Beran may not yet see the light within himself, I will be his beacon, guiding him towards self-discovery and renewal. It is the least I can do for all he has done for me and all the orphans, my heart overflowing with gratitude and love for this man who stands before me. Our bodies are entwined, pressed together as one. Beran's words come to an abrupt halt as he relives the painful memories, avoiding my gaze. I patiently wait for him to gather his thoughts once again. But healing takes time. All I can do is remain steadfast at his side as he finds his way back to himself. As his troubled ease meet mine, I feel the roof calluses of his hands against my palms. The words I've held back for so long finally spill out in a fervent rush, carried by the gentle moonlight. Don't ever forget that you are not alone. You have brought me so much happiness, beyond anything I could have ever imagined. My heart swells with emotion as I continue to pour out my admiration for this man who has changed my life. Before you arrived, my days were just routine, cold and empty, but now your presence fills them with warmth and purpose. We turn to face each other fully as my confession lingers in the air between us. And watching you with the children these past weeks, I saw such gentleness and care as I've never witnessed before. I continue, lost in the memories. The way you lift their spirits with play and song, take time to craft them toys and tell them stories. It's clear you have a heart of gold beneath the hardened exterior. I gently squeeze his hands, feeling the warmth and strength of his grip. My eyes blur with tears, but I hold them back as I speak. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I simply cannot contain my feelings any longer. You are truly the kindest, most noble man I have ever had the pleasure of knowing. Beran's cheeks flush at my heartfelt words, and he looks away, but a small smile tugs at the corners of his lips. It is clear that he is not used to receiving such lavish praise for his good deeds. You give me too much credit, he rumbles. I only did what anyone should. I shake my head firmly, a small smile spreading across my lips. No, you went above and beyond, as you always do. I feel a warmth in my chest as I lean up on tiptoe to gently kiss his cheek, feeling the stubble under my lips. His kindness and thoughtfulness never cease to amaze me, and it's what makes him stand out from the crowd. His heart is like a precious metal, gleaming with warmth and radiance in all his actions. I close my eyes in anticipation of the moment our lips finally connect. When they do, it's like a lightning strike to my soul, setting my entire being aflame. Unparalleled joy floods through me at the exhilarating rightness of this kiss. As Beran's lips touch mine, a rush of sensations washes over me. The softness of his kiss is unexpected, like a feather brushing against my skin. Beneath the earthy, masculine scent of him, I detect a subtle hint of sweetness that adds to the intoxicating experience. My senses are in turmoil as I struggle to process the overwhelming proximity of this man. As he pulls me closer, his strong arms enveloping me, I feel my legs turn to jelly beneath me. When we finally reluctantly pull back for air, the world rushes back in, but nothing will be the same again.
Chapter 22. Beran, forget YouTube. Beran and Nelissa's steamy encounters will have you hooked. If you want every intense detail, visit prothekaworlds.com and snag the unabridged version of Orc's Passion at 30% off with the code YouTube30. The discount can be applied to all unabridged content on prothekaworlds.com, so you can dive into this hot romance without any interruptions. Trust me, this is one passion-filled ride you can't afford to miss.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 23. Nelissa. I'm wrapped in a cocoon of warmth, in the sanctuary of Beran's muscular arms. The rhythm of his breathing is a lull to my senses. I let out a contented sigh, surrendering to the embrace of sleep. But as dawn's first light begins to rise across the sky, the peace is shattered by the reverberating clanging of a gong. My eyes flutter open, and I tense. The solid presence of Beran soothes the jolt of alarm. Beran! My voice is groggy, laced with the remnants of the sleep I almost had. What's happening? He responds with a gentle kiss on my forehead, a silent promise that lingers like a soft whisper on my skin. His lips move to my ear, whispering reassurances. I must go. Old Malik is calling us to assemble. The taste of fear and trust mingle on my tongue as I gaze up at Beran, searching his face for reassurance stronger than mere words. Will you come back to me? My voice trembles, and I see a wildfire ignite in his eyes in response. Always, he vows, and I know the weight such a promise carries for a warrior like him. I will return to you. Something in his tone tells me this oath means more, that for the first time, something in this life matters more to him than any battle. Be careful, Beran, I whisper, tracing the scars that run across his skin with my fingertips, a history that is now tied to my own. Careful is my middle name. He tries to jest, but mirth does not reach his eyes. I offer him a small smile to ease the lines of worry on his brow, if only for a moment. In this small gesture, the whole world feels right again. But when he leaves, will he come back to make it whole once more? His assurance soothes the chaos of my thoughts. As he pulls away, I clutch at the last threads of his warmth. Memories of the love we made still remain etched into my body. The clatter of armour and the murmur of voices draw him out into the misty morning, leaving me with a heart full of hope and a mind shadowed by dread. Beran, the unyielding Scarface, heads off to face the unknown once more. And I, Nelissa, am left behind with only his steadfast vow keeping my fears at bay. The cold seeps into my bones as Beran strides away. His warmth lingers, making me wish to be wrapped in his arms once more. The clanging gong echoes in my ears as its calling pulls him from my embrace. Through the mist I see shadowy shapes of the orcs, all summoned by the same urgent call. Old Malik's voice cuts through the fog, strong and sure as drawn steel. Brothers, to arms! He stands strong and proud before the group of warriors. My eyes remain fixed on Beran as his hand tightens around his well-worn blade, the leather familiar under his grip. In this moment he becomes both bringer of death to enemies and protector of what has come to mean the most to me. The battle lines are drawn in his eyes as clearly as across our threatened land. The tendrils of mist caress my cheeks as I watch Beran's retreating form, each step widening the chasm between us. His promise to return echoes hollowly in the space he once filled. I can't stay put, not when the pull of concern tugs at my heartstrings with the force of a riptide. Silently I follow, my gaze fixed on his broad back, a bulwark against the uncertainties of the coming dawn. The air hums with tension, an invisible current that stirs the leaves and whispers of fate's unforgiving nature. Today, we extinguish the darkness that has plagued our lands, Old Malik proclaims. His voice thunders around us. The last encampment of the Dark Elves lies vulnerable at our feet. A collective roar erupts from the throng, a raucous call of fury and hope intertwined. My pulse quickens, mirroring their fervour, as I stand hidden in the shadows, a spectre among warriors, bearing witness to the turning tide of war. I linger in the aftermath of Malik's declaration. The air hangs thick with the scent of metal and resolve. A shiver runs through me as I contemplate the enormity of the day. Beran, my scarred warrior, stands as a testament to survival amidst these ranks, his resolve a beacon that burns through the weight of my fear. With a heavy heart, I watch them ready themselves, each movement a prelude to the violence of death to our enemies they will soon perform. As I retreat into the solitude that my role demands, the memory of Beran's kiss, the promise it held, makes me plea with whatever gods exist that Beran comes back safely. Stand tall. Today we carve our destiny. Old Malik's voice billows over the crowd, his hand raised, commanding attention. I find Beran then. His bald head catches the morning light, a glint of ferocity in his eyes that belies his usual stoic calm. He's caught up in the fervour, his massive hands tightening around the hilt of his weapon. Beran, I whisper, though he cannot hear me over the cacophony of rallying cries. Come back to me. The words are laced with fear and pain. His stance is resolute, the scar across his cheek a pale streak against his skin, a mark of what he's survived. It's this same resilience that must carry him through again. But will it be enough? Today we fight not merely for survival, but for a future, Old Malik continues, his gaze fierce as it sweeps over his troops. The warriors raise their weapons in response, a unified gesture that signals the coming storm. Their shouts pierce the dawn, a chorus of valour that echoes through the camp. A fitting sacrifice for the war god, one warrior bellows, the others echoing his sentiment. The weight of solitude descends upon me then, muffling the sounds of the encampment. I am alone at this moment, despite the throngs of bodies pressing close. My thoughts circle back to Beran's kiss. The heat of his lips against mine are a stark contrast to the chill of the morning air. That fleeting touch had been a promise, a tether to hold on to in the uncertainty to come. May the god of war watch over you, my love, I murmur into the wind, the words torn away before they can reach anyone's ears. I don't know much about the orc religion, despite the glimpses I've seen in camp. But I know the god of war requires sacrifices of blood. I pray that Beran won't become one.
Chapter 24. Beran. The clearing is shrouded in an eerie stillness, save for the crackle of the cooking fire that provides warm comfort against the chilling night air. Nelissa and I sit side by side, our eyes locked on each other as we keep our nightly vigil. Tomorrow, I will march to war, leaving behind the safety and solace of this place. But tonight belongs to us. I take her hand in mine, my fingers tracing the curves and lines of her palm as I search her face. I try to memorize every freckle, every curve of her lips, every glimmer in her eyes. "You know I must go," I murmur, my voice heavy with regret. She nods bravely, though tears shimmer in her eyes. "Just promise you'll come back to me." Her voice catches. My heart aches at the thought of leaving her behind. "The end of times could not keep me from you," I whisper fiercely, my lips brushing against hers in a tender yet passionate kiss. It is our first and last for who knows how long. When we finally part, Nelissa's lips cling to mine as though to hold me here. Reluctantly, I draw back, caressing her cheek. I will return. This is not goodbye. From my pocket, I withdraw the pendant necklace I found and clasp it around her neck. "To remind you of my promise." Nelissa touches it, then embraces me fiercely. No more words are needed. We sit entwined beneath the stars, savoring each stolen moment before fate's call. Soon I must go, but her kiss remains seared on my lips, fueling my will to survive and return to her. Later, we surround the elf camp, still as death, awaiting the signal. The night air is thick with tension. At a stealthy nod from Captain Grok, all at once we erupt from the underbrush with thunderous battle cries that shatter the quiet night. Chaos erupts within the camp as dark elves spill from tents, scrambling to mount a defense. Though caught off guard, they fight back viciously, their magicless state fueling desperation. "Hold fast, brothers!" I bellow as the first wave crashes against us. The captain and I fight side by side, carving a path into the camp. All around, screams and clashing steel fill the air. I dodge treacherous pits and snares meant to cripple the unwary. Arrows pepper the earth at my feet. Still, I surge forward, Nelissa's name a ward against harm on my lips. A hulking elf bars my way, spiked club in hand. I duck his swipe and return an uppercut with my axe, felling him in one. "Out of my way, filth!" The battle rages on. Wave after wave of elves throw themselves against us. But we stand fast, our shield wall never breaking. I spy the captain parrying a vicious blow. "Grok! I'm going for the command tent." He nods, bashing elves aside to clear my route. I will cut off the head, dealing them a mortal blow. With a final prayer to Nelissa, I charge through the blood-soaked fray. The end is near. I can feel it. Just a little longer, my love. We do not falter, our cries carrying us into the maelstrom, a wall of hardened muscle and vengeful fury. It's chaos as we storm the camp, battle cries and screams shattering the night air. All around me, orcs and elves grapple in vicious hand-to-hand combat. An elf charges howling, scimitar gleaming. I duck under his wild swing and bury my axe in his gut with sickening resistance. "Is that the best you can do?" I growl as hot blood spatters my face. I kick his corpse free. Another comes at my flank. I whirl, bringing my axe around in a crushing arc that crumples his side, cleaving through armor and bone. "Beran, on your left!" comes a shout. I pivot, axe crashing down to parry a blow just in time. I nod thanks to the ally who warned me. The tang of iron and death is overwhelming. I spot a cluster of archers taking aim and barrel towards them, axe whirling in a deadly pattern that clears my path. "Come on then," I bellow. "Let's see what you're made of." None can stand before my onslaught. The night blazes with bestial fury on all sides. Each foe I cut down brings me nearer that horizon beyond rage and loss. And so I fight on, an unstoppable force of will. I slash and batter my way through the melee, felling foe after foe. I spy a dark elf archer taking aim at an orc brother's exposed back. Before I have a conscious thought, my protective instincts surge forth. With 3 bounding steps, I put myself between the elf's poisoned arrow and its target. I intercept the arrow mid-flight with my own body. Searing pain flares through my arm as his arrowhead lodges deep in my flesh instead. I bellow through gritted teeth, fueled by fury more than agony. With my good hand, I grab the arrow shaft protruding from my bicep and snap it clean off. The pain burns through my veins, a scouring reminder of the cost of failure here today. But Nelissa's face flashes in my mind. I cannot fall. My vision takes on an icy clarity despite the inferno of pain radiating from the arrow wound. I am a honed weapon cleaving through all in my path, driven by will alone. Finally, the first rays of sunlight pierce the forest canopy. The remaining elf forces, sensing defeat, begin to scatter and retreat with the coming dawn. Their vicious desperation turns to self-preservation in the face of our furious onslaught. We chase them through the ravaged camp, refusing to let up until the last dark elf falls or flees into the shadows. An eerie calm eventually settles over the devastated grounds as we orcs regroup, bloody and exhausted yet triumphant. Captain Grok's voice rings out. "Well fought, brothers. Tonight we feast on elf flesh." The orcs roar, claiming their prizes. Our souls are weary, our spirits drained, but we have dealt a hearty blow. As my brothers tend wounds and offer prayers for the fallen, my own thoughts turn to Nelissa. I cling to our last moments together, the promise I made to return to her. I have survived, but at what price? Now, with her waiting embrace heavy on my mind, I must find my way back to her. Grok senses the change in mood and speaks again, softer now. "Rejoice, lads. This is no fleeting victory. Today marks the beginning of the end of the Dark Elves. Hope kindles within me. We will return home now, those of us still standing, to mourn our dead and heal, then rebuild. No more battlefields. The promise of peace stretches out ahead. The fierce battle fury drains from my body, leaving me hollowed out and trembling with exhaustion. My wounded arm throbs relentlessly, the poisoned arrow's legacy. I stumble and lean against a tree trunk for support as my legs threaten to give way. I sink to my knees, the world tilting around me. All around, medics rush to tend the injured, their shouts sounding muffled and distant. My vision starts to dim at the edges. A young medic drops down beside me, mouth moving urgently, but his words warp and distort. I squint, trying to focus, but it's like listening underwater. His lips shape Nelissa's name. How does he know? I try to grasp his meaning, but blackness creeps into my vision. I sway, barely propping myself up with one arm. The medic grips my shoulders, peering into my unfocused eyes. I watch his mouth shape more inaudible words, his expression etched with concern. My thoughts drift unbidden, not of the war's end or the road ahead, but of Nelissa, her smile, her sweet voice, the warmth of her embrace. I cling to the memory of our last moment as darkness rushes to claim me like a drowning man to a lifeline. Darkness closes in, but her beloved face is the last thing I see. I whisper her name like a prayer, my promise still etched upon my heart.
Chapter 25. Nelissa. In the restless silence of the orphanage, I pace back and forth, my footsteps echoing off the stone walls. With each passing hour since Beran marched off to war, the knot of anxiety in my stomach tightens, consuming me. The children sleep peacefully, but I cannot join them in slumber. So I wait and worry, alone with my circling thoughts. I hold on to the pendant that Beran left me, its sharp edges digging into my palm as I cling to it for comfort. It's cold and lifeless against my skin, a stark contrast to his natural warmth and vitality. I yearn for it to pulse with some tangible sign of his life force, reassuring me across the distance between us. But it remains cold and silent, a reminder of the very real possibility that I may never see him again. The inky blackness of the night suffocates the land, like a heavy cloak smothering everything in its path. There is no light, no sound except the frantic hammering of my heart. It kills me to know that somewhere out there, underneath the same star-studded sky, Beran and his comrades wage a fierce battle for our lives and our future. All I can do is wait. The seconds trickle by, thoughts and fears and worries plaguing my mind. I wait, trapped, helpless. My mind never slows for a single moment. I gaze out the window, desperately seeking any sign of his return, the insipid sky, blinking coldly through the vast emptiness. Please, I whisper into the void. Please bring him back to me. My fingers close tightly around the pendant, the edges biting into my skin, as I send up a silent prayer to any who will listen. All I can do is wait anxiously for the light of dawn, and word of whether my love will return or be forever lost, taking his turn at the clearing at the end of the path. I am powerless. There isn't a single thing I can do confined to my own thoughts, pacing and praying and counting my breaths. Now the weight of the pendant feels like an anchor, dragging down my hopes and chilling my heart with fear. All I can do is wait, trapped in a limbo of uncertainty and anguish. My body jolts with a start as the heavy wooden door suddenly slams open behind me. Spinning on my heels, I am met with the sight of Kira standing in the doorway, her silhouette stark against the dark night sky. Urgency emanates from every inch of her being, etched into the lines of her face and reflected in the intensity of her gaze. She has just returned from the city gates. She must have news to share. But as I take in the gravity of her expression, a chill runs down my spine. Kira, I gasp. I had been holding my breath. What is it? What happened? She reaches out to grip my shoulders firmly, grounding me with her touch. I search her eyes frantically for answers as she seems to steel herself for what she is about to say, her lips pressed together in a grim line. The war party has returned, she says gently. I suck in a sharp breath, paralysed by anticipation. The dark elves were routed in a final battle, but... She hesitates, and in that awful pause, the truth hits me like a battering ram, nearly driving me to my knees. No. Beran was wounded in the fight, she finishes, her own eyes bright with sympathy. He's been taken to the healers, but it's serious. For a moment, the world seems to tilt around me. This can't be happening. Not my Beran. If he dies, then the world is a lie, and there is no truth or goodness. My name echoes in my ears as the paralysis breaks. Without a word, I whirl, flying out into the night. I must go to him. Kira's voice echoes behind me, but I heed it not. All that matters now is getting to Beran's side before... Number. I'm not admitting it to myself. I won't. I can't. I quicken my steps, refusing to complete that dark thought. Hold on, my love, I'm coming. I rush through darkened streets, heedless of the late hour. My thoughts swirl, frenzied prayers spilling from my lips as I run. Please let him be all right. Spare his life, I beg of you. I burst into the dimly lit healing quarters, eyes wildly scanning row after row of cots for any sign of Beran's lumbering frame. At last I spot him, lying far too still atop a cot tucked against the back wall. My breath stalls in my throat as I hurry over and get my first clear look. His skin is pallid beneath the dirt and blood of battle, his expression slack. Only the shallow rise and fall of his chest proves life still stirs within. My gaze falls to the stained bandages swathing his left arm, betraying where the poison entered his veins. I sink down on the cot's edge, a ragged exhale escaping. He lives, but for how long? Gently taking his large, calloused hand between both of mine, I bow my head and fiercely renew my prayers, willing him to keep fighting. I am here now, my love. You need only hold on a little longer. I take up vigil at his bedside, hardly leaving except when forced by the healers. Day and night I tend to him, applying cool clothes to his fevered brow, murmuring soft words of encouragement and love. We're fighting this together. The days blur as I care for him. I barely sleep, instead keeping a constant watch for any shift in his laboured breathing. When exhaustion claims me, I lay my head on his chest just to feel the shallow rise and fall, to be closer to him, if only for one more stolen moment. With gentle hands I clean and dress his wounds, my daily offering, wincing in sympathy any time he stirs fitfully in pain, trickling water and changing bandages and thin broth between his pale lips, stroking his throat until he reflexively swallows. I won't let him give up. He wouldn't let me give up. The angry red tendrils of infection snaking out from the arrows piercing terrify me, but I keep up my ministrations. The poison will not claim him. I add poultices of healing herbs, changing the dressings hourly. The healers warn me not to hope too soon, but I tell them they're wrong, not to hope. Yes, improvement will come. Nobody can deny his breaths seem less ragged, his sleep more restful when I am with him. As long as he continues to fight, so will I, through every hour of this agonizing vigil. And all I can do is wait, and pray, and cry, and feed him, read to him, keep him company every hour of every night, recounting every dream of mine, reading every book I find. He has to fight, because without him. Only time will tell if he will recover, the healers say, the head of the warden personally seeing to my situation. She tells me there's nothing more I can do. I would only be hurting myself to continue on like this, and that all I can do is wait. But today I can act. I scream at the medical staff, cursing for them to leave me to him. His infection is not getting worse. They want to move him to another ward, and everyone knows what they really mean. And they tell me again and again that today we must act, but now I tell them to wait. I won't have them abandon him to a ward rarely visited, used for those about to die. All we can do is wait. Gradually the fever breaks. The worst has finally passed, though he remains locked in fitful slumber. The healers manage to purge the poison from his body, but warn me it may have already caused lasting damage. He might not be the same. I refuse to believe it. He's too strong for that. Too good for that. If he's gone, nothing is right in the world. It just can't be so. All they can do is wait and see, and I keep my lonely watch, praying his strength returns, that he wakes so I can gaze into his beloved eyes once more. And so I do the only thing I can. The only indication of the passing days is the steady winter sun slanting across the cot, slowly inching its way along the floor. Still I remain steadfast at Beran's side, tending tirelessly to his needs. I will not give up hope. He is too dear, our stolen future too precious to surrender without a fight. One evening, as I resume my lonely vigil at Beran's bedside, hushed conversations from nearby orcs reach my ears. The Burning Sun clan will be moving out before long, one says, back to their ancestral lands. Aye, comes the gruff reply, and Beran should return with them, recover there amongst his kin. My breath catches at the mention of his name. I strain to listen closer. Has he any family remaining? Asks another. A mother, I'm told. She'll be eager to have her son back safely. Their words spear my heart. Of course, with the war's end, Beran's clan will want him to return home, far from this place, far from me. Poor lad, so long without seeing her face, one murmurs. High time he went back to his people. I choke back a sob, quickly smothering the sound. Beran's life was interrupted by war and duty. Now it will return to its rightful course, away from me. The thought of losing him is almost more than I can bear. But I love him too much to begrudge his recovery and reunion. I can only cherish whatever time remains before they take him away for good. As I tenderly care for Beran's needs, unbidden tears trace down my cheeks. I let them fall, too heartsick to wipe them away. Each drop marks the bittersweet joy of his survival, yet also the acute grief of impending separation. Fate grants me a little more time at his side, yet also tears us inexorably apart. I cling fiercely to these final days together, scant as they are. But in my darkest moments, I cannot help but begin mourning all we will lose. The yawning distance between us already feels like a hollow cavern waiting to swallow me whole. How can I bear seeing my heart go with him? But how can I not? Each night as the healer's tent quiets with slumber, I lean close to Beran's still form. Gently caressing his cheek, I whisper promises meant for his ears alone. I swear to you, I will never forget the moments we shared, I murmur, voice hushed yet fierce. Even insensate, I know somehow he can hear me. The memories of your smile, your laughter, will be etched on my heart forever. I force steadiness into my tone, though my eyes blur with tears. You must get well and return to your people, but know that you take a piece of my spirit with you. I smooth his hair with a trembling hand. I could never regret what we had, what you awoke in me. Only cherish it, always. Leaning down, I brush the lightest kiss across his fevered brow. I've done all I can. They tell me he's making a miraculous recovery. Our time together is ending, slipping away no matter how tightly I try to grasp it. Our time is becoming a memory. But I will stay strong for his sake. And when we part ways, as we surely must, he will not bear the burden of my grief at our sundering. I only pray my words can reach him somehow, across the dividing vastness. There is nothing more I can do for you, my prince, my king, my love that could never be. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 26. Nelissa. I stand nervously beneath the heavy, weathered canvas archway of old Malik's temporary chambers, my heart thudding heavily in my chest. The dark, foreboding expression on his face as he summoned me here fills me with dread and uncertainty. Finally, he emerges from the shadows, his normally fierce visage softened by a deep sadness. "Come," is all he rumbles, his voice thick with emotion. I follow him on shaky legs. As we enter the chamber, Malik gestures for me to sit on a small, intricately carved stool. I perch on the edge. He studies me for a long moment before exhaling deeply with a weary sigh, his voice heavy with the weight of his announcement. As the Great War comes to a close, our clans will soon begin their journey home, to their ancestral lands. My stomach drops as I realise the implications of his words. Malik's eyes meet mine, filled with both sympathy and determination. Beran must return with his people, the Burning Suns, to continue their recovery among their kin. A sharp pain radiates through my chest as I come to terms with what this means. The unity forged in battle will now be fractured, lives disrupted as each clan returns to their natural course. And without Beran by my side, a deep crack forms within my heart. As I hear Malik's words, a wave of grief and pain washes over me. How could Beran be leaving? After all we've been through, to lose him now feels like a cruel twist of fate. Malik's comforting gaze only intensifies my conflicting emotions. He must know about the deep connection between Beran and me. But how can I face the truth that he may have been more than just a comrade to me? My heart is torn between denial and acceptance, leaving me feeling lost and confused. It may be the words of a meddling old man, but I think there is something more. What do you mean? I mean, go to him, child. You see love from time to time, in an advanced age like mine, and it's apparent. The two of you are destined, are you not? I blush. I know at the back of my mind that it's what I really want, but how could I just impose on him like that? Malik rests a hand on mine. Search deeply within, and you will see the truth. No go, child, you're wasting time. As I leave his tent, thoughts swirl in my mind. I could accompany Beran to his homeland, joining the clan as his bride. but can we truly commit to such permanent vows? My heart beats with longing for Beran, knowing that it cannot survive being sundered from him. But to leave behind the orphans, my life here in this familiar place. And what if Beran wakes up one day to regret binding himself to me? My heart pounds as I sit in front of Malik, the crossroads of my life spread out before me. Each path leads to a different kind of pain and loss, but I can't escape making this decision. My mind is clouded with doubts and fears, torn between my love for Beran and my responsibility to the children who depend on me. As I try to speak, my thoughts become tangled, tripping over each other as I struggle to voice the turmoil inside me. How can I choose between my own happiness and the well-being of those who rely on me? Malik sits stoically, his face etched with lines and wrinkles that seem to hold centuries of wisdom. The choice must be yours, child. Search your heart. He gazes at me with piercing eyes before leaving, giving me privacy to sort through my tumultuous thoughts. My feet drag heavily as I return to Beran's side, my head spinning with conflicting emotions. Can I truly leave everything behind and join this fledgling clan? Will they accept me as one of their own? And yet, the thought of losing Beran feels like a physical ache in my chest, tearing at my soul. The atmosphere in the quiet medic's tent is hushed and solemn, yet somehow comforting. As I gaze down at Beran's dear face, my heart aches with the realization that he may wake up to a future without me by his side. Doubt creeps into my mind, whispering that perhaps following him on this journey will only bring deeper heartbreak. Oh, Beran, what should I do? Every path before me seems to lead to pain and sorrow, yet deep down in my core, I know that losing my chance at love would be an even greater tragedy. And so, with a shattered yet resolute spirit, I make the most difficult decision of my life. The bustling activity of the healers and other patients has dissipated, leaving behind a quiet stillness in the room. Only Beran's sleeping form and I remain, my silhouette casting long shadows against the walls as I stand watch over him. A wave of emotions washes over me as I lean closer to him, whispering through tears. If only you would wake and ask me, I would follow you anywhere, my love. With tender care, I press one last kiss to his forehead before settling into my vigil by his side. The scent of linens and herbs surrounds us like a protective shield as we wait for him to awaken. Silent tears stream down my cheeks, leaving glistening trails in their wake as they fall upon his skin. Just open your eyes and say the word. I will be yours, your mate, your devoted wife forevermore. My whispered vow hangs heavy in the air, unanswered and unacknowledged. I cling to his hand with a desperate grip, unable to let go, even as grief threatens to consume me. But I have made my choice, as painful as it may be. With a heavy heart and a shattered soul, I finally rise from beside his still form. My trembling fingers wipe away the evidence of my sorrow as I steel myself for what must come next. Reluctantly, I take a step back from Beran's cot, feeling as if I am being ripped apart at the seams. The moment of departure has arrived, my choice made and unchangeable. As I draw in a shuddering breath, I brace myself against the overwhelming wave of sadness that threatens to engulf me. My eyes linger on Beran's peaceful face, etching every detail into my mind, knowing that these memories will be my lifeline in the lonely years ahead. I finally will myself to turn, the soles of my feet feeling numb as I take each step away from him. Each movement feels like a fresh wound, reopening the raw pain in my heart. Standing in the doorway, I am torn between the urge to run back to him and cling to him with all my strength, and the frayed threads of my resolve that keep me moving forward. Goodbye, my love, I whisper, the words barely audible as they leave my lips. But even in this moment of bittersweet farewell, I know that I must go. With every footfall, the sound echoes with finality, solidifying the notion of leaving him behind. My resolve clashes violently with the intense ache to remain by his side, but I know deep down that it is what we both need. The sharp ache in my chest affirms the depth of our bond, a bond that extends beyond blood and family ties. Beran will live, his courage and spirit finding solace and joy among his people. And even if it means breaking my own heart, I am willing to do so to ensure his happiness. For some ties are unbreakable, a weave of intertwined threads that cannot be severed no matter how far we may roam apart. Our connection will endure, steadfast and unyielding, even in the face of separation. With a shattered spirit but backbone of iron, I force myself onward alone into the descending night. What awaits me in this new, Beranless existence I know not. I only pray I will find the strength to face it with some semblance of grace for his sake. I'll carry these memories with me forever.
Chapter 27. Beran. My senses slowly awaken, like a fog lifting from my mind. At first, only fragmented sensations filter through. The scratchy texture of wool blankets against my skin, the distant symphony of birdsong and murmured voices drifting in from outside. As full consciousness returns, confusion seeps into my veins. I am no longer in the familiar shelter of the medic tents, but in an unknown place. The ceiling above me is low and made of rough-hewn wood, a far cry from the sterile white ceilings of the tents. The air carries scents of earth and herbs, different from the antiseptic tang I am used to. My muscles ache and protest as I try to rise, reminding me of the injuries that brought me here. Panic rising, I frantically scan my surroundings for answers. Where am I? Who has brought me here? And why? The simple healing quarters are rustic and humble, a stark contrast to the sleek technology and efficient medical equipment back at camp. My pulse quickens as realization dawns on me, my heart pounding in my chest like a war drum. I slowly open my eyes and take in my surroundings, trying to make sense of where I am. My eyes scan the room frantically, searching for any sign of familiarity, but it is all foreign and unfamiliar. Panic rises in my throat as I call out her name, the sound coming out hoarsely from my dry throat. Nelissa? But she does not appear, leaving me alone with my thoughts and fears. The absence of her warm presence by my side creates a hollow ache in my chest. She was always there to anchor me, to explain and guide me through whatever challenges we faced together. But now, without her here, everything feels chaotic and confusing. As awareness returns, I could swear Nelissa was just here with me. Her gentle voice seems to linger, echoes of lullabies sung softly near my ear, the rustle as she turns book pages while reading aloud. I remember, or dream I remember, the comfort of her hand enveloping mine, her fingers stroking my hair. But as I take in my foreign surroundings, my heart sinks. No sign or scent of her remains. Was it all just a torturous dream conjured by my fevered mind? A desperate hope manifesting in my slumber, now cruelly ripped away upon waking. Shadows of memory start to resurface, a fierce battle, the burning pain in my arm. Then darkness. How did I end up here? Where is she? Questions swirl in my mind as I struggle to piece together what has transpired. The room smells familiar, almost comforting, but the air is heavy with uncertainty. My body feels weak and vulnerable, but I know I must find out the truth. For Nelissa's sake and for mine. I grit my teeth against the lingering weakness and drag myself fully upright. I must find answers, discover where I am and where my heart's companion has gone. My voice rasps out the name, Nelissa? But the only response is the hollow echo of my own words bouncing off the walls of the empty room. My heart aches for her presence, and I half expect to hear her soothing voice answer from some unseen corner. Yet, there is nothing but silence, a void that mirrors the desolate emptiness in my soul. No matter how hard I strain my ears, there is no sign of her. But it is fruitless. The room remains still and quiet, save for myself. If she had ever kept vigil at my side, it was only in visions born of longing. A sharp, searing ache blooms within my chest, radiating outwards and leaving me feeling hollow and empty. The fleeting illusion of her presence now fades away, leaving behind a bittersweet reminder of what was lost. My other half gone, leaving me irrevocably alone with my thoughts and memories like a ship lost at sea without an anchor. But before despair can fully consume me, hurried footsteps approach. A figure appears in the doorway, silhouetted by the soft light filtering through the curtains. It's my mother, her weathered face creased with worry as she takes in my obvious bewilderment. Her hand reaches out to brush against my cheek, offering comfort in its warm touch. "You're home, my son," she says gently, moving to sit on the edge of my bed. "Back with us to finish healing. You've been asleep for the better part of 2 weeks, and it's high time you start moving." The familiar scent of homemade soup and herbal remedies fills the air, making me feel both comforted and nostalgic for simpler times spent in this very room. I search her eyes wordlessly, still struggling to process this revelation. Nelissa's absence suddenly makes devastating sense. I've been brought back to my clan's lands while senseless, taken away from the encampment from her. Pain and realization crash over me. Of course she did not follow. Why should she choose an unconscious, scarred brute like myself over her home and duties? Bitterness wars with heartbreak. I sink into a gloomy silence in my childhood bedroom, stewing in my own self-pity. Nelissa is gone, and I alone drove her away. What point is there in rising again? But my brooding tries even my mother's patience. Her sharp tone finally pierces my melancholy. "On your feet, boy!" When I ignore her, she snaps the back of my head firmly. I grunt in surprise, staring woundedly, but she presses on, uncowed. "Nelissa is held in the highest regard by all the clans, yet you assume the worst and make no effort to go after her. Foolish boy." Her words spark the first flare of emotion beyond despair. I open my mouth to protest, but she cuts me off. "You think she rejected you? They say you didn't even ask her to be your mate. Of course the poor girl left." She crosses her arms, eyes blazing. "If you love someone, you fight for them. Now get up and stop this useless moping, or you'll regret it the rest of your days." I sit in stunned silence, her wisdom washing over me like ice water. She's right. I let my own insecurities push Nelissa away without even trying. There may yet be time to win her back if I can find the courage. But mother, it's useless. I'm a worthless brute. She could never. I try again half-heartedly. Mother cuts me off with a sharp whack from her sandal upside my head, eliciting a yelp. "Is this how I raised you? To give up like a spineless whelp?" she admonishes. I rub my head sullenly. "Mother, I am a warrior. You cannot treat me like this." "Like what? How about another fresh one? Keep sassing me, boy, and see what happens." She brandishes her sandal threateningly. "You are a fine son of mine, so act like it and fight for what you want." "Yes, mother." I throw my hands up in surrender before her makeshift weapon finds its mark again. She gives a satisfied nod at my submissive posture. "Now get up and get to her. I'll hear no more sulking from you, boy." The firm set of her mouth brokers no further argument. "Yes, mother," I repeat meekly. But despite the sharp sting of her reprimands, beneath it lies comfort. I have value beyond my scars, and for Nelissa, I will find the courage to try. Still smarting from my mother's harsh scolding, I sink into pensive silence. My mother watches me closely, arms crossed. At last I stir, my own swirling emotions congealing into resolve. "You speak true," I admit aloud. I raise my eyes to meet her piercing gaze. My heart does desire Nelissa as my life mate. I love her. The admission leaves me raw, exposed. Her stern expression melts into an approving nod. She reaches to clasp my shoulder. "At last you show sense, boy." Her eyes shine fiercely. "Now go. Pursue her. I'll not have you throw away happiness out of foolishness. There isn't a woman alive who wouldn't want to mate with scars. A survivor, someone who can fight, who has fought and who's won. I start to protest, but she cuts me off. Hush. I'm long past needing my son's care. My joy is seeing you living fully. Now go to her. Her words crack like a whip, spurring me to action. Rising unsteadily, I embrace my mother, her wisdom fortifying me like armor. She returns it fiercely, pride gleaming through her tears. As we pull apart, her smile sends me off with a full heart. As I make to leave, doubts still plague me. I hesitate. Mother, are you certain you will be all right alone? My mother smiles and cups my cheek with calloused hands. My son, I may be aged, but there is strength yet in these bones. You underestimate me. Her eyes gleam eagerly. Now go, let me witness your union. I insist. Her staunch reassurance heartens me. She presses a bundle of food into my hands and bids me a swift journey with a final fierce embrace. I stride out, invigorated by her encouragement. 6 arduous days pass as I journey, my legs eating up the miles, strides fueled by single-minded purpose. Thoughts of Nelissa urge me onward when exhaustion weighs my steps. I cannot fail her again. The sun sinks low behind me as I crest the final hill, Nelissa's clan's walls coming into view. Backlit by the dying light, I cut a lone figure of unwavering determination. My heart hammers a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Will Nelissa accept me back into her life after I abandoned her? Does she yet care for a wretch who gave up so easily? At the threshold I pause, a tumult of hope and fear warring within. But the promise of love lies on the other side. I step through the gates with my head held high to meet my fate. In rejection or joy, we will decide it together.
Chapter 28. Nelissa. Amidst the lively chaos of the bustling market plaza, I find myself sitting with Kira at a small table. The sound of children's laughter and playful shouts fills the air, but I am lost in my own bittersweet memories. Kira talks animatedly, her bright voice cutting through the ambient noise. The portal remnants are under heavy guard now. I just know Avalon will find her way back someday. I desperately try to mimic her cheerful tone. That's wonderful. I'm sure you're right. But my voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. Kira's smile falters. She reaches out to grasp my hand. How are you doing today, my love? I'm all right, I lie, managing a wan imitation of my usual smile, but it doesn't reach my eyes. We finally convinced the council to let us gather up the portal remnants and house them in that old storeroom. Kira chatters on brightly. Now a rotation of guards keeps watch, and I'm allowed access too, of course. I nod along mechanically. Ever since we dismantled that ill-fated portal, Kira has been obsessed with preserving the pieces. She remains adamant that her twin Avalon will return someday, their bond assuring Kira her sister still lives. As the days pass, the once bustling storage room takes on an aura of mystery and forbiddenness among the rest of the tribe. But they indulgently allow Kira to maintain her strange vigil over the inert portal scraps, believing in her mysterious sixth sense and unwavering reliance on the portal's power. Kira stands guard, her eyes scanning every inch of the room for any sign of movement or change. And though others may scoff at her eccentric behaviour, there is no denying the curious energy that seems to radiate from the storeroom, beckoning those who are brave enough to enter its ancient and mystical presence. I envy her unwavering certainty that everything will work out. But my own hopes have proven far more fragile than magic bonds or enchanted gateways. As I try to push away the melancholy thoughts filling my mind, I focus on Kira's bubbly speculations about when, rather than if, the portal reactivates. Her unshakable faith is contagious. If only my heart could still believe in such possibilities. The sun's rays filter through the leaves above us, casting a dappled glow on our conversation. But even nature's beauty can't quite lift the weight of doubt and uncertainty in my chest. I force myself to keep busy through the endless empty days, filling my schedule with mindless tasks. Talking with Kira is one of my distractions from the heartache I cannot shake. "You're still not sleeping, are you?" Kira asks, concern in her face as she takes in the dark circles under my eyes. When I deny it, she presses on. "And you're barely eating. This isn't healthy, Nelissa." I resist the urge to snap back that she's one to talk. Kira has spent nearly every waking moment either guarding or obsessively studying the inert portal pieces, clinging to her delusions about Avalon. But I bite my tongue and force an unconcerned shrug instead. I just have a lot on my mind keeping me up. Kira frowns, unconvinced. Before she can pry deeper, a sudden commotion draws our attention. My wandering gaze locks onto a familiar hulking figure in the crowd. No, it can't be. Disbelieving joy surges within me. I'm on my feet and flying across the distance before conscious thought. Then Beran's arms are around me, solid and real, and nothing else matters anymore. The world falls away until it's just us two, reunited against all hope. "You came back," I whisper tearfully between frantic kisses, still afraid I'm dreaming. But his tender smile and the love shining from his tired eyes banish all doubts. He came back to me, my dear gentle giant, and this time neither of us intends to let go. For this suspended moment, nothing else matters but the solid reality of him here again. The gaping hole inside me starts to fill. "I missed you so much," I whisper fervently between kisses, still afraid he will vanish. But his tender smile and the love shining from his eyes assure me this is no dream. He is really here with me once more. Lost in the wonder of our emotional reunion, I'm scarcely aware we have an audience. Then Beran gently takes my hands in his larger ones, expression turning solemn. The crowd's curiosity rises to a hush as he slowly sinks to one knee before me. My breath catches in my throat, heart threatening to burst from my chest with sudden wild hope. Beran's eyes never leave mine as he speaks the words I feared I'd lost forever. With a trembling voice and eyes shining with love, he asks, "Nelissa, would you do me the honour of being my life mate?" My heart skips a beat as I gaze down at him, the bustling crowd around us fading into the background. Time stands still as I process his words, overwhelmed with emotion. The surrounding cheers swell to a deafening roar as we bask in this moment together. All that exists in this perfect moment is the two of us, reunited and ready to walk the road ahead, side by side, come what may. The future once lost has been returned to us, and this time we will let nothing tear our destinies apart. As Beran kneels before me, the rest of the world seems to fall away until only we two remain. His heartfelt question hangs in the air between us, everything I ever wanted offered in a few simple words. For a long, suspended moment, I can only stare, scarcely daring to believe this is real and not some torturous dream. I feel like I'm floating outside myself looking on, afraid that if I speak or move, the spell will shatter. But Beran's eyes ground me, warm with sincerity and his own vulnerable hope. I open my mouth, but no sound emerges past the tightness in my throat. So I simply nod, the gesture feeling disconnected from the rest of my numb body. Joy comes flooding back in with my whispered yes. Laughter bubbles up as I join Beran on my knees, embracing him fiercely. The cheers of onlookers gradually register, welcoming us back into the world. A rush of pure joy floods through me, mingling with happy tears that spill down my cheeks. Without further hesitation, I wrap my arms around him tightly, feeling the warmth of our love radiate between us. The nightmare separation is finally over. It's too good. I must be dreaming. This is real. I murmur as we cling to one another, the chaotic emotions still struggling to settle. You came back. Beran draws back just far enough to meet my searching gaze, his own eyes alight with joy and wonder. "This is real," he affirms, voice thick with feeling. Then he is on his feet, effortlessly sweeping me up into his strong arms. I let out a startled laugh as he spins me in a circle, our jubilation spilling over. The market-goers cheer around us, but I see only his beloved face. As Beran sets me gently down again, that same awed disbelief shines from his expression, as if this moment is equally miraculous to him. "I had to find you again," he rumbles. He pulls me close once more and I go willingly, burying myself against his broad chest. Just feeling his warmth, inhaling his familiar earthy scent, steadies my reeling mind. This is real. We defied the odds and found each other. Now, wrapped safely in Beran's embrace, I understand viscerally what Kira tried to explain about her mysterious twin bond, sensing Avalon's presence. Some cords cannot be severed by time or distance. Ours has proven strong enough to lead us back to one another, and this time, neither of us intends to let go.
Chapter 29. Beran. Beran, are you ready? My mother's loving voice calls me from the front room. I'm standing in my formal robe preparing to make Nelissa mine, my mate. Just a short time ago, I couldn't bear to have her look upon me, my scars constantly standing in the way of my confidence. But now, after all we have been through together, there is nothing more that I want than to be blessed by the warmth of her smile on my scarred face. I'm more than ready, I say with a smile. Happiness rushes from my chest at the words. My smiles come more freely now, more natural and less of a grimace. Nelissa is the one behind it all, and today I'll get to keep her forever. It's time, Mother says, as she slips out the door to head to the ceremony grounds. The grounds glow under a vast canopy of twilight. The last golden rays of the sun color the sky. The garden is alive with the soft glow of lanterns hanging from the trees. The air is scented with the fragrance of blooming jasmine and a hint of the evening's coolness. At the center is a small, decorated arbor, woven with vines and flowers, beneath which I await my fated moment. The moment that Nelissa officially becomes my mate. Everything is perfect, my mother whispers to me, her voice trembling with emotion as she adjusts the collar of my ceremonial robe. Her aged hands, still strong and sure, belie the tenderness in her eyes. When I look at her, my heart swells with gratitude. It wouldn't be without you here, Mother. Around us, the grounds of the orphanage are unusually silent. The children have been swept into an early bedtime by the caregivers, all to prepare for this sacred event. The significance is not lost on me. This is my home, where I learned the meaning of love and loss, and now, where I will bind my life to another. Her eyes glisten, reflecting the flicker of the nearby candles. This place, it has been my home too, in a way. I've watched you help these children. They need us, and I realize now that I need this, a purpose. I feel my gaze softening as understanding dawns on me. You'll stay then? I ask. Hope mingles with the question and hangs in the air between us. Stay? My dear boy, I believe I have found where I am meant to be, she replies, the corners of her mouth lifting into a smile that seems to chase away the years from her face. As the ceremony commences, the gentle strumming of a lute fills the air, intertwining with the melodic voice of the officiant. Nelissa comes out. Her white gown is captivating on her with the warmth of her hazel eyes and brown hair. She looks almost ethereal. A crown made of tiny white and pink flowers sits on her head. My mother gives her a nod and a smile, gesturing to where her place is beneath the arbor. I take my place beside Nelissa. Our hands meet in a familiar clasp. Our fingers naturally find each other and intertwine. She looks beautiful. Her confident face is wrapped in one of her comforting smiles. Her flowing gown clings loosely to her curves, creating a silhouette I can't wait to grasp in my hands. Today we join in the witness of the stars, the officiant begins, his words flowing over the assembled guests. Mosaic of faces from the orphanage and the surrounding village, humans and orcs alike, all here to witness the love Nelissa and I share for each other. Nelissa and Beran, we're here to celebrate your bonding as mates. Beran, you vow to be the protector, a warrior for her and your love. Nelissa, you vow to be the nurturer, a pillar of hope and home. Do you accept the vows as they've been laid before you? The officiant asks the two of us. We do, we answer in unison. The warmth of Nelissa's happiness warms me in a way that I never thought someone else could. As we accept our vows to each other as bonded mates, a profound sense of belonging settles over me. I realize that this union was more than just a personal joy. It was a celebration of community, of finding one's place in the grand tapestry of life. My mother stood off to the side, her presence serving as a comforting beacon. She catches my eye, nodding slightly, silently conveying her pride and support. My thoughts dance between the present joy and the future that stretches out before us, full of promise and potential. I envision the days ahead, with my mother taking her place among the caregivers, her laughter mingling with the children's, her wisdom guiding them through the trials of life. The last words of the ceremony hang in the air, resonating deep within me. With the power bestowed by the bonds of heart and spirit, I declare your lives entwined, the officiant says with a smile. Nelissa's eyes shine with tears of happiness as her smile spreads across her face. Here before our respected kind, we have entered into our union, a union I would have never thought possible. I look down at my mate, looking beautifully happy, and my heart warms as my smile spreads. She is my forever. She smiles up at me, equally as lost in this moment between us. I gently pull her into my body and reach out to hold her delicate face in my hands. With a smile and tenderness not common to my kind, I press a gentle kiss to her lips. The breath I breathe is cleansing and refreshing as she melts into me, returning the kiss with a loving energy so gentle I could weep. I pull away slightly, my mouth hovers against hers. I love you, Nelissa, I say, my voice a stuttered whisper, so quiet that only she can hear me. Her hands lie flat, pressed against my chest as she smiles, the tears welling in her eyes. I love you too, Beran. She softly says, the tears finally escaping her eyes. I thumb them away, pausing as the happiness she brings me threatens to combust from my heart. With that, I wrap her into my arms, lifting her light body off the ground. Our laughter rings out as I set her down. Applause erupts, pulling me back into the moment, to the smiles and cheers that surrounded them. As the crowd disperses, I turn to embrace my mother. Her decision to stay lends a deeper joy to the night. Let's celebrate then, shall we? She says, her voice carrying the weight of newfound determination. There is much work to be done, but tonight we will revel in love, family, and beginnings anew. Indeed, the mating ceremony was not merely a union of our two souls, but the expansion of a family, the kind that was chosen, forged in compassion, and solidified with the unspoken pledge to nurture the young hearts that depended on them all. The colors of twilight spread across the sky in a canvas of deep purples. The last golden streaks of day arch above us as we stand hand in hand. A gentle breeze, fragrant with the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, caresses our faces. Look at the stars, she whispers, her voice soft in a way that speaks directly to my soul. No matter where we are, who we are, or what we are fighting for, they shine on us the same. I gaze upwards, feeling the magnitude of the universe, yet the intimacy of the moment makes everything else fade into insignificance. The constellations are like patterns in our lives, unique and yet part of a grander design. Maybe we should learn from them, I replied, squeezing her hand, my heart swelling with emotions that words could scarcely contain. She leans closer, her breath warm against my cheek. I like to think some of us already have, she says, and I feel the truth of it resonate through me, a vibration that matches the beating of my heart. We turn to face each other, our gazes locked, and for a moment, I see our future in her eyes. bright, boundless, beautiful. With deliberate care, I reach up, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, my touch lingering on her skin. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember this is all real, she murmurs. More real than anything I've ever known, I answer. The surrealism of the moment, feeling the depth of Nelissa's love and happiness envelop me, will stay with me as long as I live. A profound peace settles over me as we share a kiss, sealing our union under the watchful stars. Time stretches and contracts, encapsulating us in a single perfect moment. Today, we start our forever, she murmured against my lips. You and me forever, I affirm, the word not just a span of time, but a declaration, a commitment, and a blessing all at once.
Chapter 30. Nelissa. Why settle for YouTube when Beran and Nelissa are heating things up in Orc's passion? For all the sizzling action, head to prothekaworlds.com and grab the unabridged version for 30% off using code YouTube30. This discount applies to all unabridged content on prothekaworlds.com, ensuring you don't miss a single passionate detail. Trust me, you'll be glued to every page.
Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 31. Malik. It has been far too long, I murmur to the Hokin beneath me, stroking her mane. My heart soars as we make it through the familiar forest. Hasn't it, girl? She chitters back at me, and I grin just as we break free of the trees. Anxious excitement pounds through me as I take in the gates of the Burning Sun clan. It has grown since I was last home, and it sends pride through me. I do hate Heisen couldn't join me. He's still aiding in the aftermath of the war efforts, but I couldn't wait any longer. I've missed years of my family's lives. I had to. I was the only one that had fought those bastards before, and to save everyone, I had to sacrifice. Even though it hurt, I'm glad I did it. I would do it again in a heartbeat as I stare at the untouched base before me, too far south to have been harmed by the elves. The gates swing open and two orcs jog out. "Halt!" one shouts, and then they both stumble to a stop. The other stares at me wide-eyed. "Malik?" I chuckle. Even though my son and I have kept up correspondence, I have not told him that I was coming home, at least for a little while. There is much to do, but first I needed to come back to my clan. I hear, I say as I swing off my Hokin and pull her forward, that I have a grandson. Both orcs are gaping, and I clap the one closest to me on the shoulder and hand him the reins. "Take care of her, will you?" He nods, staring at me as I stride, cane in hand, in through the open gates of the base. While it has expanded, the center that I walk into is the same as I left it. I follow the familiar path, smiling widely as orcs stop and stare. I can tell who is new by the ones that are confused by everyone else's reverence, and there are humans everywhere. I've grown accustomed to working aside them during the war, and Loki had told me of the integration. Still, it is so different to see so many women, men, and children as I pass through the base. Finally, I turn the corner before the building where the chieftain's office is. I'm sure I look foolish as I smile wider, but I don't care. I touch my braids to ensure they are in place just as the door swings open. Loki is the first one I see and my heart stumbles. I always knew my son would make a great chieftain, but it pained me to leave him here. He's done an excellent job, and I hate that I have missed so much of it, But more than that, I hate that I wasn't there when he found his mate or had his child. The very one that's propped up in his arms right now. My feet stop as I stare at the little boy tugging at my son's braid. He has Loki's and my dark black hair. It's wild and tousled as he squirms about. He's a little on the smaller side, but as Loki grunts, I have to assume that it has not affected his strength. He's beautiful. Just then, Loki's eyes jerk up to see me, and he freezes. He blinks over and over before his face splits into a wide grin, and he starts toward me at a hurried pace. Father? Son! We grasp each other in a tight embrace, and a tense knot in my chest finally eases. I have missed you, my boy. As Loki pulls back, his gaze sweeps over my face like he can't believe it. We have all missed you. And then he looks down at the little boy staring at me. Fearlessly, he dives toward me, rubbing at my tusks the way he just was to his father's. I chuckle, letting him as I stare at the small ones jutting up from his bottom lip. And who is this? I reach out with one arm and scoop him up against my side. Loki seems hesitant as I lean a little harder on my cane, but he knows better than to say anything. This Asher. The uncertainty melts away as pride shines in his eyes. Your grandson. Asher, I murmur. What a perfect name for a perfect boy. Amork, he mutters, letting go of one of my tusks to rub at one of his own. I chuckle, delighted in him. Yes, you are. A fierce one, too, I bet. Loki! We both turn toward the sound, and the tall, bald orc striding toward us stutters in his step. Malik? My eyes drop to the small, human girl in his arms. Jorgen! Just next to him is a small, leaner orc with a tan, muscular woman on his back who is laughing as she swoops at the child. It takes me a beat longer to place this once stoic man, probably because I've never seen his face split in such a joyous grin. Xenon? Xenon's head snaps up and he tenses before grinning. Gods, Malik! He lets the woman slide to the ground. You're back! I nod, feeling overwhelmed with how thrilled I am. For a time, I nod at the little girl in Jorgen's arms. You have a daughter? I venture. He lifts her. Celine. Sheepishly, he ducks his head. I have a human mate, Vera. Congratulations. She's beautiful, like her mother, I'm sure. My gaze darts to Xenon. And you? Laughing? What happened while I was gone? The other orcs roar with laughter. I met this hellion. He tugs the woman closer. Hera. You're Loki's father? She asks, and I nod. It is great to meet you. What an honor it is to meet you. Someone who can make Xenon crack a smile. I shake my head in astonishment. That's something I had to see to believe. Just wait, Loki starts when I hear more voices. My eyes dart toward the winding path and I spot and Yirish. Each has a woman next to them, and another boy that looks to be just a touch older than Asher. Don't tell me that's the woman who calmed Mad Dog, I say. Malik! Shouts then, darting forward. He looks lighter than I've ever seen him. Gone is his permanent scowl as he rushes toward us, looking more like the boy I knew who grew up along my son than the orc I left to protect my clan. You finally come home to see us? Irish adds as they approach. I thought it was time, I say as they both embrace me. Let me meet your lovely mates. They introduce me to Camille, Bonnie, and Forrest, who declares he wants to see Asher. I chuckle as I set my grandson down, the two boys embracing. I never thought I'd see the day. I trail off as I look up to see one more woman coming toward us. Her eyes are on my son, shining brightly, and her hand rests on rotund belly. Mary! Hera shouts. Loki turns as she says his mate's name, and I love the way my son lights up. Hey, I heard there was some big commotion in the center of the base and had to come see. She grins as Loki sweeps her into his arms and kisses the top of her head. But then her gaze settles on me, and confusion colors her otherwise happy face. Hello, I'm Mary. Loki looks between us, and I can feel how important to him this is. I reach out to shake her hand, and just before I let go, I say, Malik, it is so lovely to meet you, Mary. Her jaw drops as she looks between me and Loki. This is your dad? She whispers, even though I am right here. He nods, the one and only. Mary launches herself at me then, and I stumble before righting us. Everyone steps back, having lunged after us as Mary slammed into me, and I chuckle as I wave them off. I'm old, but I can hold my own, I correct them. I'm sorry, she says, tears shining in her eyes. I'm just so glad to finally meet you. Come, Loki says, pulling her back and picking Asher up. We have a lot to discuss. And slowly our small group starts off toward Loki's house, where we can talk and I can get to know everyone. A luxury I didn't think I would ever have. But I thank the gods for the many blessings they have given me today.